Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Andre Mesquita. I am the curator of MASP and the coordinator of the Mediation and Public Programs sector at the museum. I'm also one of the organizers of the seminar Histories of Ecology. I would like to begin by describing myself. I'm wearing a blue shirt. I have dark hair and gray beard. Behind me, there is a bookshelf full of books. First and foremost, I would like to voice my thanks to our speakers today. This is the second edition of the Histories of Ecology seminar. So thank you to Rodrigo Nunes, TJ Demos, Timothy Ingold, Huda. This is the second edition again that we're organizing. The first one happened in November last year with the Lenbachhaus Museum in partnership. They helped us with the organization of the event. Here, we're discussing topics regarding ecology and expanded ideas on such a concept regarding artistic practices, curatorial practices, histories of our exhibits. We're also thinking about ecology with regards to activism and several other types of thought, philosophy, history, social sciences, and so forth. Thank you to our audience. Thank you to everyone who's watching us today. We're going to have two sessions. The first one will begin now, right after my introduction. The second roundtable will begin as of 3 p.m. Brazilian time. Thank you to the colleagues who are organizing the seminar with me, Adriano Pedrosa, Artistic Director of MASP, David Ribeiro, and Daniela Rodriguez, who will be mediating these sessions. David Ribeiro is one of the organizers and assistant curator, and Maria Inez Rodriguez, assistant curator for modern and contemporary art at the museum. Thank you to our translation team. We're also working on this seminar, and thank you to the sign language interpreters as well as the mediation team, especially our producer, Rafael Figueiredo. Please make sure you ask your questions as we speak. After the 20-minute talks, we're going to have some time for questions. On behalf of the organization team, I would like to pay homage to Antonio Bispo dos Santos, Nego Bispo, who unfortunately left us in the past Sunday. Nego Bispo is a thinker, writer, activist, quilombola, who is very important when it comes to ecology and decolonial thought in Brazil. One of his books, The Earth Gives, The Earth Wants, is a benchmark when it comes to thinking about ecology. Last year, when we put together the first edition of the Histories of Ecology seminar, Nego Bispo was the first speaker, so if you haven't watched that before, it is available on YouTube. So if you want, this was a very seminar for us, a very important seminar for us. So here we're paying our respects, our condolences to his family members, to his friends, and we're paying homage to his legacy, his memory, because he was an important thinker for us and for social movements in Brazil. So thank you very much for your attention. This seminar is a very important tool when it comes to curatorial practices at MASP. The year of Histories of Ecology will begin in 2025, and we're going to have conversations, dialogues, workshops, teacher training sessions, and collective exhibits under the ecology topic. In every curatorial cycle, we also publish an anthology of texts. These anthologies are the main outcome of the discussions we hold during these seminars. So the ontologies show a myriad of texts from speakers, from guests, and also essays in the same topic. By the end of this year, we should publish the ontology on histories, on indigenous histories with regards to this year's curatorial practice. In 2025, then, we're going to publish the ontology on ecology. With that, I would like to turn it over to Daniela Rodriguez, our assistant curator, who will be mediating the first roundtable. So good morning, everyone. Make sure you enjoyed the seminar, ask questions, and with that, I hand the floor over to Daniela. Thank you, André. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here with you beginning this seminar. My name is Daniela Rodriguez, Assistant Curator for Mediation and Public Programs at MASP. Welcome all of you, those who are watching us online on YouTube. I'll also describe myself. I am a white woman. I'm wearing red lipstick, one silver earring with a white stone in it. I'm wearing a beige dress. At the background, there is a bookshelf with books and a couch with some pillows on top of it. Now, Histories of Ecology. This is the second edition on this topic. This is the program that we will be working with in our 2025 exhibits. And again, it's a pleasure to be here. For our first roundtable, we're going to have 3 speakers. After their introductory remarks, we're going to open for questions. So we invite you all to ask your questions or pose your comments in the chat box. If you're interested in receiving the certificate of participation, we're also leaving a link in the chat so you can put your name in the presence list. So to get the certificate, you have to sign the attendance list. This seminar is being broadcast in 2 different links, one in English and one in Portuguese. So you may attend the session in the language of your choice. Now let's begin. In this first roundtable, we're going to hear from Hilda Tayob, who is going to talk about water borders. She's South African architectural historian and a lecturer at the University of Manchester, having previously taught at the University of Cape Town, University of Johannesburg, and the Bartlett School of Architecture. Her research focuses on minor, migrant, and subaltern architectures focused on the African continent. She is the co-curator of the open access curriculum racespacearchitecture.org and the digital Pan-African platform Archive of Forgetfulness. She is a participant in the 18th International Architecture Exhibit in Venice 2023 with a project titled Index of Edges, which traces watery archives along the East African coasts, Cape Town to Port Said. Hilda, thank you so very much for joining us. Thank you for accepting our invite. I'll turn the floor over to you, and then after that, I will invite the other 2 speakers for their remarks. Thank you very much and welcome, Huda.
Thank you so much for the invitation to be here today and to join this seminar. And thank you for that introduction, Daniela. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to share part of a project that I've been developing over the last few years that I've framed for this talk, Watery Edges. And this is part of the project that was presented at the Venice Biennale, Architecture Biennale this year. And it is an ongoing research, pedagogical, curatorial and drawing project, which is very much a work in progress and something that I'm still thinking and working through. The project invited in architectural and urban researchers alongside environmental and climate scientists working across national, spatial and temporal borders to engage with the East African coast as an expanded region, from Cape Town, South Africa to Port Said in Egypt. And part of this is to draw together the importance of multi-sited and collaborative initiatives alongside site-specific and local stories and histories. In order to foreground the connections, the historical connections, but also contemporary connections. Working across these fields has been a means to ask how we might confront architecture and urban history, and perhaps even questioning the limits of history itself, where the ocean is a site of various forms of life and histories, a set of temporalities which asks us to question human-centered narratives or the particular figure of the human centered in these narratives, and proposes an alternative grammar with an insistence on return. This is a call to think through life within and beyond oceanic depths. Part of the larger project includes what I have termed watery stories, a series of stories and narrations shared by those living along this expanded coast. Apologies. Watery Stories is a series of tales shared by those living along the expanded East African coast, which I would like to share parts of today. And I will speak to the various stories while showing some clips from some of the archival films that I have been gathering and curating as part of the installation project, which are speaking to many of the same coastlines that the stories speak to. The films are from around 1897 to 1941 and are drawn from various British film archives, but were not necessarily used in any particular ways. I've also included some images from the various watery stories, but the work itself mostly is mostly a kind of audio piece. So Watery Stories gathers the work of 16 researchers, writers, and practitioners and their teams or collaborators to share knowledge and narrations of what it means to live alongside coastal edges. The project asks how architecture might learn from ways of living, inhabiting, and residing in these watery environments. Importantly here, architecture is understood as a way of imagining and inhabiting the world, a series of world-making practices with varied beings and bodies, sites, and oceanic territories. These watery stories form part of the wider project Index of Edges as a means to further question architectural knowledge and its archives. An index is not a map. Rather than delineating boundaries, it gathers people, repositions histories, and draws out significance. In the Index of Edges, sites and stories of deep and near futures along an expanded East African coastal region, from Cape Town to Port Said, are drawn into adjacency. This is an index which traces the accumulation of the embodied detritus of layered pasts, to refer to Edouard Glissant, through an abundance of specificities in voice, sound, and atmosphere, collating site, story, and temporality, archival, infrastructural, and present. This is also work towards a relational, situated, and material axis where precarity and possibility meet at the shore, where global empires coincide with fishing villages, and where coastal edges continue to be sites of danger, deceit, joy, and sustenance. These watery stories are structured in 7 parts, each part departing from a set of overlapping concerns. The stories and readings speak to embodied and leaky archives, which weave through narrative and infrastructure, text and word. As Renisa Mawani has noted, oceanic thinking requires a view of the sea as the site of entangled histories and futurities, guided by overlapping currents, of the interrelations of various kinds of forms and bodies that flow over, and cannot be contained by horizontal and vertical lines of a legal grid. While the sea is an aqueous time-space, a vast and undulating force, to return to Glissant, holding traces of forgotten pasts, maybe the forgotten is not necessarily lost, as Mahmoud Darwish reminds us. In response to my invitation to share watery stories are a myriad of voices, sights, and forms. The shared audio pieces speak to the cool touch of the early morning mist, amidst the recurrence of island imaginaries submerged within the blue seas of forgetfulness. Stories of learning how to harvest and swim amidst the impending dangers of rocky shores and unpredictable waves of politics and time. Tales of respecting the abundant sustenance the sea offers and remembering to be wary and aware of its many forms of life. Echoes of tangible and tactile sights filled with salty memories residing in the hauntings of traumatic familial pasts. Untraceable tales shared about places, edges, sites, and conditions, watery beings, and watery bodies. In the shared excerpts and conversations, interviews, readings, and recitations, we hear the hum of passing traffic, waves squabbling with land, hair whipped by the wind, the sound of sighs and the aroma of salty seaweed or sweet tea at the water's edge. If even the local is merely a site within which multiple versions of the world intersect, as the historian Dilek Menon asks, what would it mean to read along the oceanic fault lines of movement? So I'm going to share a few excerpts from some of the stories, and I'm not going to share the sound today, but you can access this online, just because of the kind of format of the presentation. So the first piece that follows the introduction is called "The Mouth is the House of All Words." And it draws together the starting point of Cape Town, South Africa, and stories of forced removal from coastal edges in Cape Town during apartheid South Africa, with a recitation of a Swahili utenzi that speaks about the capital city, most likely in Pate Island along the Swahili coast. In this recitation of the Utenzi wa Liongo, which is shared by Halima Ali, a Zanzibari architect, we hear a chronicle of the life and worlds of Fumu Liongo, the ruler of Shanga or Shaha, most likely a town on Pate Island or one of the flourishing port cities along the Ozi River, sometime between the 9th and 13th centuries. The Swahili Utenzi tradition is both a manuscript practice and handed down orally by recitation and verbal teaching. And what we hear is really a combination of both. Whichever town on the coast was Liongo's capital, as we hear, the Swahili poets sang of its shadowy beauty and admired its streets and houses. They speak of the houses being high and close together, the shadows in the day, the numbers of people, the mansions and palaces that radiated in these towns. In this same episode, we also hear excerpts of conversations led by Anya Martin with Sarah Martin, her mother, Joanne Piers and Tracy Kwai in Cape Town, South Africa. They share stories of growing up alongside the Cape Town coast in apartheid South Africa as populations demarcated to the edge, as non-white populations. These are stories that are shared while working on what Anya Martin refers to as a hydro rug, a method and practice of weaving oceanic waste, which is gathered into a tapestry as a means to both practice and enact care and repair. And this is an image from her larger project. Through these stories and methods of stitching and sewing, they wade through oceanic memories of joy, sorrow, and loss shaped by apartheid segregation laws, and share experiences of forced removals from, in the case of Sarah Martin, Anya's mother, a house only a few streets away from the Strand beach, to an area designated for non-white populations known then as the Lost World. In company with the strong Cape winds at the Kalk Bay tidal pool, Anya and Tracy Kwai speak and stitch of belonging and home along the coast as descendants, in the case of Tracy, of Philippine fisher communities, memories of learning to swim and harvest in tidal pools filled with history, and the many stories the oceans tell of migrant and displaced populations. In all of these stories, the Group Areas Act was one of the key apartheid laws enforcing racialized segregation, which, while mostly spoken about in relation to particular neighborhoods, fundamentally changed and mediated the relationship of populations with water. And at the same time, through these stories and storytelling, returning to these watery bodies and watery language is also opens up the possibility and potential of return and repair. These watery stories speak to archives of port cities from Pata Island to Kamisa, which is the creolized name for Cape Town, meaning sweet waters. They speak to conversations and watery bodies as sites to meet the bundled silences of history and memory. As the South African writer Ntabiseng Motseme reminds us, and I quote, "Silences are also a language," end quote. And as we listen, we hear stories and sighs which speak to the various lost worlds of cities and sites that remain submerged in voice and sound. Yet, as Yvette Christianse has noted in relation to Toni Morrison, she speaks of the house rules of language, where writing and narrative and intertextuality become a means of rebuilding these spaces we occupy. In the stories shared, the ocean edge is a site where we might look and listen to the forms and means for building different languages, vocabularies, and grammars. We all participate in history as both actors and narrators. As Michel Rolfe-Trio writes, this ambivalence is ever present in the word history, as indicative of both what happened and what is said to have happened, where the boundary between these two is always fluid. History is therefore always knowledge and narrative at the same time, where any historical narrative is also a bundle of silences. And in this first episode, which is titled with the Swahili proverb, "House is the mouth of all words," this in many ways foregrounds some of the questions that frame this project, working across geographies, temporalities, and forms of history, and taking seriously oral history in particular. In the next piece, Everyone Must Have Their Share. The next piece is titled Everyone Must Have Their Share. Ports are anchors to sea routes. As places that make their living from the sea, they are ever aware of the capricious source of their sustenance, writes Eng Seng Ho, where the outside, like the sea that sustains it, is also a source of trouble, filled with waters that are hard to see, filled with powers that are hard to see and harder yet to contain. In writing about the dispersed societies of the Hadramis scattered across seas, he raises the question of what traveling representations might be, how are intimate, sticky, and prolonged encounters with places spoken, sung, recited, and narrated. In this particular piece, we move to Mombasa with Khadija Bajaber, a Mombasarian writer of Hadrami descent, who shared a reading of her novel, The House of Rust, where we journey with her protagonist, Aisha, in a boat that resembles a fishy skeleton of some sort, with the company of a speaking cat. House of Rust is a fictional novel, a fictional text, a layered and evocative writing, and yet at the same time, a layered and evocative writing of the city of Mombasa and its seas, a city of storytellers, where we are reminded throughout that everyone must have their share. Central here is the presence of the oceanic jinn, sea creatures who are a central part of understanding the life of the city and its fisher communities. So while this is a fictional work that follows the forms and narrations of this coastal city, written in English, yet adopting the grammars and syntax of Swahili storytelling form, and many of its characters. As Khadija Bajaber has noted in a letter to her city, Mombasa, she writes, and I quote, "You are a city of wedding singers, wily merchants, mkokoteni pushers, grand matriarchs, dandy old men, cunning fishermen, and quarrelsome crows, but above all, a city of storytellers." And in the same episode, we also staying in Mombasa, well, a bit further north of Mombasa, we hear a conversation between Caroline Ngorobi, a theatre maker, and 3 retired fishermen from Mida Creek, Kilifi, Suleiman Bakari, Omar Saeed, and Omar Ali, who share their knowledge of fishing and living along the coast with Vibwengo and Majini. So these similar sea creatures. In echoes of Bajaber's fictional writing, we hear of the lessons learned from the sea from those who travel and return, of sea creatures large and small, of ways of inhabiting coastal edges, and the importance of giving back to the sea, and ultimately of belonging rather than property. In her essay, Ocean as Praxis, Alexis Pauline Gums similarly draws our attention to coral as what she terms another narrating life form. She writes that coral builds on a massive scale. Coral reefs become the size of cities in the ocean, and their skeleton ancestors stay with them. And that's end quote. Yet this collectivity of coral exceeds the languages we have for it. In these coastal coral and earthen cities, or former coral coasts, that which is in the sea meets the shore. These are not empty seas, but aqueous time-space embodied terrains, which necessitate an ongoing negotiation between forms of life known and at times unknowable. In the next piece, titled "Don't Go to Sea with a Leaky Heart," which is drawn from Khadija Bajaber's writing, we continue to hear of the various bodies of water. Oceanic intimacies speak to a myriad of stories and tales of living with and alongside bodies of water. So beyond the cities of coral, the Majini or Jinn and Vibwengo are the many stories of the women who inhabit the sea. These are relations that traverse the boundaries of land and water, ask for readings across archives, and unsettle discretely bounded subjects, methods, and temporal frameworks. Mapule Maholatsi writes of a close relationship between Black aesthetics and deep water, as present in different ways across southern African coasts and inland cities, and simultaneously connected to similar tales in various other parts of the African continent and African diaspora. So these are figures such as the Mamiwata in West Africa or the Watamesis in Southern Africa. In the various stories told, water plays an ambivalent role as a life source, but also linked to enslavement and danger alongside good fortune and exceptional beauty. These often creolized female oceanic bodies speak to domestic intimacies with water, alongside intimate connections to various other seas and water bodies. So in this piece, we're introduced to the Jajava Vindrano by the anthropologist Dominique Somda, with 2 stories from Anoshi in the southeast of Madagascar, which tell of the women who live in the water. These are stories of beings and bodies of water as both part of history and with intergenerational lives. Yet this figure of the Jajavindrano is present in many different stories, sites, and contexts. So in the 2 stories shared from Anoshi, they recount the tale of the Jajavindrano who is caught in the fisherman's net, but is one among many versions of a similar tale. And we also hear a reading. Alongside this, we hear a reading of oceanic poems from Cargo Hold of Stars by Khal Torabuli, a Mauritian poet who coined the term coolitude as a means to speak to globalization from a subaltern position, a site of multiplicity of memories and imaginaries beyond indentured labor and unending exile, of forgotten journeys and people, and of the Mauritian indentured laborers as sea creatures in many ways. And then also in this piece, we move to the further up the East African coast to a piece shared by Asma Jama, a Danish-born Somali refugee, a multidisciplinary artist, writer, and filmmaker who works between languages, ghosts, and archives. And in a piece titled "Everything Returns from the Water, Whole and Silver," she explores the waters around East and North Africa and the multiplicity of sounds, narratives, myths, and bodies that overlap through the character of the Gabarmanyo, also a woman in the water. So with these watery stories, we journey from Madagascar to Mauritius to the Somali coast. Amidst the bodies in water are stories of the multiple forms and languages of return, hauntings of home and belonging, and fictional archives which speak to and unravel archival fictions. Return is to the water, but this return might also be a denial of belonging and rest. For slave populations, for example, who were often not allowed an earthen burial. These sites and stories point to mobility as central to space making here, while the overlapping seaborne currents attest to the awareness of living on and with older places and times, both were watery and earthen. As Khadija Bajibeh reminds us, don't go to sea with a leaky heart. I'm aware of time, so I'll move through the next set quite quickly, just to indicate some of the geographies that are spoken to. So the next piece is called The Smell Sweet Like Sugarcane Fields Stretching to the Water's Edge. And it draws in stories from Le Monde, a maroon village in Mauritius, which is known for this unbearable tragedy as it is known, with echoes of Carib's Leap in Grenada or Solomon's Leap in the Blue Ridge Mountains. And with this is the associated plantation landscape across the Madagascar Channel of Durban, South Africa. And so here too at Le Monde, as Catherine Youssef suggests, hearing these stories together is to ask whether these figures could these figures being held in suspension between fungibility and fugitivity also speak to a disruptive grammar of flight and refusal. With all the islands of the world where ashes of illusion, we hear about the practice of Zar, a practice of convening with spirits who are often foreigners, from the Sudanese practitioner Nada Atieg. And for Atieg, this is a practice of collective means of healing and resistance, a practice of world making and remembering and archive making with spirits and ancestors. And this is paired with an audio essay of Bagamoyo, an East African slave port and now special economic zone, by Margarita Wako, who draws connections between this colonial and past and neo-colonial present. And then we move to, and then end in Port Said. Well, actually that's, with Port Said, we hear of the tambura music founded by forced labor who built the Suez Canal. In the shared pieces titled The Simsimia Remembers Those Whom History Forgets. And then alongside a series of intergenerational conversations with Somali women in Bristol, the UK, where we hear echoes of stories, songs, and greetings through archival tape recordings and stories about these. And in the final piece, we return to Cape Town via the Mozambican coast, where we initially started, to thinking with Maria Gabriela Aragao, a Mozambican researcher, and the poet Tony Giselle Stewart, who speak to nutrient pollution, rising deep water temperatures, and oceanic dead zones, which meet the many scattered garbage patch islands, where sites of oceanic encounters are present as memory and held within tangible material terrains. We hear the contours in these pieces of what is recalled and preserved in voice and story amidst waves of violence, politics, and pollution. This is in many ways memory for forgetfulness, drawing on Mahmoud Darwish, a search for reciprocal talk and for a language of speech and silence. Apologies, I'm just going to move ahead. Considering, so I'm going to conclude, considering the built environment through oceanic viewpoints requires a change from fixed approaches to a recognition of entangled relationships across space and time. Recent literature posits a move away from the idea of land at war with the sea from Dilip da Cunha and Anuradha Mathur, for instance, and instead questions assumptions of fixed terrains and associated concepts of territorial possession, to return to Mawani, that do not allow space for considering alternative forms of ownership, responsibility, or multi-species inhabitants of environments. A focus on these East African coasts in particular, as a site that has been part of global trade networks from at least the first century through Indian Ocean trade, and the attention to the longue durée is therefore a key insight to thinking beyond what the historian Dilip Menon refers to as the limited frameworks of colonialism, nationalism, and modernity that are often assumed within historical studies. This is an argument that working within an expanded temporal framework will enable us to understand and respond to this tense present, where historical processes, catastrophic and otherwise, overlap with ecological disasters, increasingly present. Working from an architectural history perspective, I'm interested in how working through this multiplicity of stories and sites might offer an alternative way of thinking about built environments in particular. This is work to develop a framework that argues for considering a longer historical perspective alongside the idea of futurity, and indeed, in some cases, another sense of time and beings entirely, with, for instance, the figure of the Jajavavindrano or the Gabarmanyo. And I think this is within architectural studies, which often are intrinsically projective around possible futures. This is asking for thinking with different kinds of futures, as these futures often projected are limited and contained. In this collection of watery stories are accounts that speak of societies of persons dispersed, strewn, disseminated, scattered, settled, lost, found, and drowned. Various forms of migration and crossing meet located and embodied structures of resistance, ways of holding place and time, practices which suggest the need for other imaginations of the world. At times, these are deep histories buried in utterances and echoes, and at other times they resurface along with the residues of past traces in the very same sites and stories where oceanic roots were previously pinned to land. Karl Turabulli, the Mauritian poet, writes of the tongues of his memory that are not stone but coral, suggesting that we adopt these collective oceanic beings as metaphoric tools for thinking with, a proposed structuring of the imagination which might allow us to speak to cross-scalar and multi-temporal world-making. Okay, thank you.
Muito obrigada, Hilda.
Thank you so much, Huda. It was so incredible to see those images of the ocean and the populations that live at the coast. But I'm going to leave my comments to the end after the next two presentations. But thank you very much for sharing this presentation and congratulations on your wonderful work. Now, we are going to move to Rodrigo Nunes' presentation. Nunes holds a PhD in philosophy from Goldsmiths College, University of London, and is a professor of political theory at the University of Essex, UK, and an associate professor at the PUAC University, Rio. He is the author of several articles in national and international publications, and he has authored books like Organization of the Organizationless, Collective Action After Networks, Neither Vertical Nor Horizontal, Do Transe a Vertigem, And his new book, Neither Vertical Nor Horizontal, or Theory of Political Organization, which was published in the UK and also in Brazil recently by Ubu. He was a visiting scholar at Brown University and a visiting professor at Goldsmiths College, the University of Westminster, and also the Visual Arts School, among others. Rodrigo, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and joining us in today's seminar. You have 20 minutes to do your presentation and we'll talk more at the end. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Obrigado, Daniela. E obrigado aos...
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you to the organizing team for having me. Thank you to everyone who worked and is working to make this event possible. Similarly to what André did, I would like to dedicate this talk to the memory of a great man who left us a few days ago, Antonio Bispo dos Santos, whose voice has left us, but whose words remain alive in the memory of those who heard him and in his texts. My goal here today will be to think about possibilities of intersection or convergence between two processes that happened more or less at the same time, but that, to a large extent, seem to have happened simultaneously, and suggest some of the consequences that follow this intersection or convergence between these two processes. These processes are, number one, the criticism of the subject's philosophy as expressed in the field of politics, and number two, the development of ecology as a science, a way of seeing the world, and something that we could call, for the lack of a better word, of planetary awareness. We know that both processes took place, or at least really took off, as of the mid-20th century, undoubtedly largely as a consequence of some of the main events of the time, the horrors of the Second World War, the shadow of the nuclear threat, the acceleration of industrialization on a global scale, and the beginning of delusionment.
Da desilusão com o socialismo real, as promessas da modernização e com a própria ideia de progresso. Do século XVIII
From the 18th century onwards, the modern sovereign subject had extended from the fields of knowledge and ethics to that of politics, not only through the man endowed with the same universal reason, or of the atomized individuals from whose sum society was constituted, as in contractualism and liberal political economy, but also in the form of collective subjects, such as the nation, the proletariat, the spirit, and humanity itself. The operation that synthesized a potentially infinite number of individuals into one single subject allowed us to speak of one single memory, one single consciousness, one single agent behind a number of people, actions, desires, and words. On the other hand, it inevitably established a rule according to which one could distinguish between those people, actions, desires, and words that corresponded to the truth of that subject, that collective person, on the one hand, and those that did not. And therefore, simultaneously, that gave disproportionate power to those controlling this rule, which means to say the one that had the right to decide who belonged and who didn't, and subjected those who did not fit within that rule to the risk of being left behind, or worse, actively excluded. This risk would be taken to extreme measures with the biologization of the nation's collective subject undertaken by National Socialism. It would be from this perspective, from the 60s onwards, the criticism undertaken by women, Black people, Indigenous people, LGBTQIA plus people, neurodivergent people, and people with different abilities that would point out how much the universal man or worker was in practice modeled after the white man, a cis man, straight man, able-bodied man. It is important to understand that this ambiguity of this criticism can be understood at the same time as a refusal of the universal subject or a demand for this person to become indeed universal, recognizing everything that was not recognized before.
Mas os sujeitos coletivos da política eram
But
modernos
the
também.
collective subjects of politics were also modern in the way they opposed to the objectivity of the natural world as something external that they had to dominate, and that they could, at first, completely dominate, humanize, exhaustively, and without waste or tension. This would be precisely the way in which the awakening of the ecological consciousness from the 60s and 70s onwards would criticize the great collective subjects of the 19th and 20th centuries. The cost of emancipation promised by these subjects would be extremely high, not only from the viewpoint of the lives of those who did not fit into them, but also with regards to non-human lives and the web of reciprocal relationships and environmental conditions in which both human and non-human lives unfold on a local and planetary scale. And this cost, finally, although always poorly distributed, would sooner or later end up being charged to everyone, both winners and losers of those projects. As since the mid-last century, we realized. Against this sovereign subject who hovered as if outside the world in which he acted and on which he imposed the form of his projects, as if on an inert matter, ecology opposed the complexity produced by the interaction of countless components, the interdependence that resulted from that, the self-organizing and self-regulating properties of the natural world, at the same time as the threats to these capabilities arising from human action incapable of understanding or recognizing them, and at the same time, finally, the need to resituate ourselves, so us, the subjects, human beings, as part of the world, as agents within it, and therefore, at the same time, responsible for our impact on it and subject to the unintended consequences of our activity. There is no doubt that the criticism of these figures of collective subjects, the modern idea of collective subjects, has been a win. And yet, one can't help but notice that while characters such as the proletariat, man, and humanity itself have gone out of fashion, the fiction of the nation maintains an objective existence based on conditions such as borders and the international division of labor that continue to structure our existence. More importantly, the criticism of the collective subjects erected in the 19th century did not manage to go back to the previous century to definitely eliminate the figure of the atomized individual as the first cell of society. On the contrary, the height of this criticism and the growth of ecological awareness have historically coincided with the reformating of institutions, social life, and subjectivities by neoliberalism, which leads us to daily think evermore in terms of self-optimization, journeys of heroes, and stories of overcoming that erase the connective tissue that sustains social and biological life and make us see only ourselves as self-sufficient points isolated from each other. What is even worse is that the critique of collective subjects in politics, or rather the critique of the specifically modern way in which they were conceived, does not make disappear the need for collective subjects in politics, which is a consequence of the disproportion between the structures in which one intends to act and the capacity to act that one possesses. That happens because individually, the capacity that each of us has to act on structures such as borders, the international division of labor, or the dependence of the world economy on fossil fuels is a very small capacity to act. And because of that, the transformation of such structures requires to think about the conditions in which our individual power to act can be matched with others that constitute a collective power. That is to say that since our individual power to act on top of those structures is very small, then we have to think of politics as a problem of collective subjects. That issue becomes even more important when the challenge we have to face has planetary dimensions, as it is the case of the environmental collapse. And that's where we observe more clearly the non-convergence or non-intersection that I referred to at the beginning. The expansion of ecological thinking appears to have reached politics only at the level of the content of the problems that are posed, but not in the way of thinking these problems and propose solutions. And as we pose a problem of the magnitude of the ecological crisis, but we can't imagine any other way of conceiving collective subjects on a scale that is appropriate to it, other than the way that is posed by modernity, we came to this paradox. I'm referring here to the curious non sequitur that starts from the recognition of a global problem produced by the complex interaction between activities that occur at very distant points from each other, to then think about solutions that are either exclusively individual, changes in consumption and disposal patterns, for example, or they are collective, but strictly localized. So the emergence of communities and commitment to local alternatives. In this paradox, which has, as we've seen, a liberal and a radical version to it, to think of solutions exclusively individual or on a collective level, but strictly localized. We start with ecological assumptions to reach non-ecological conclusions, as we react to a problem generated by interdependence and problems of scale with a response that isolates solutions and avoids us or prevents us to think about issues of scale. We're not denying that changes in behavior and above all, local organizations have an important role to play in any response we give to the environmental crisis. It's just a matter of registering that there is a paradox and non-intersection at its origin and suggesting here two questions. What if the problem were not that we confused the critique of a specifically modern figure of the collective subject with the critique of the collective subject as such, tout court? What if it were possible to find clues in ecology itself to think about the collective subject in a different way? We can generalize here the observation made by Evelyn Fox Keller. If the term that ends up doing most of the work in the concept of self-organization is not organization, but self, self in English can be the way of referring to the subject. Perhaps we need to rethink this self. Perhaps we have to rethink the subject to think about politics. The idea that it will be possible and desirable to think about politics ecologically has gained strength in recent years within different movements around the world. In my book, Neither Vertical nor Horizontal, a Theory of Political Organization, that was mentioned by Daniela, this has recently been published in English. It was published in English 2 years ago and came out this year in Brazil in Portuguese. I try to develop this notion of political ecosystem that has emerged almost as a native concept amongst activists from different parties. In what remains of my presentation, I would like to stay in this topic. The first thing to say is that a political ecosystem is neither an organism nor an organization. As opposed to the first, the organism, it consists of a type of totality that is more open, whose parts evolve through their relationship to one another rather than being formed by a single organizing principle, and which has a variable capacity for self-regulation without being governed by an intrinsic purpose of survival. It was precisely to move away from the notion of Frederick Clements and John Phillips of the biological community as a complex organism that made the ecosystem be seen as an organism, and also Arthur George Tansley that proposed the concept of ecosystem in 1935, a way of open totality as compared to the organic way. As opposed to the second, as opposed to the organization, the ecosystem, the political ecosystem, is a spontaneous order that is not instituted by an act of will, but by the interaction of the elements that compose it. In other words, a political ecology presupposes or assumes diversity and plurality, but diversity and plurality to some extent organized and not simple dispersion. The second point is that, like biological ecosystems, political ecologies are multiscalar. That is, they can be conceived at different scales. They can be seen in different scales, both spatial and time scales. Just like a drop of contaminated water can be studied as an ecosystem in itself, we can also speak of a diversity of local ecologies that coexist at the same level of analysis or nested within each other at increasingly greater levels of integration. All they compose something potentially describable as a single ecology. An important fact is that this consequence of applying ecology to politics makes us see that we make a big mistake when we confuse local with small. If local is always necessarily opposed to something we call global, both local and global are concepts regarding scale. A cell and a planet are local in relation to an organism and the solar system, respectively. The problem is when we operate with these concepts regarding scale as if they had an absolute meaning, as if they were referring to one single dimension. To a certain extent, action is always necessarily local. To act is to act from somewhere, but it is not from any place that we can change another place. And our understanding of what constitutes local needs vary along with the concept of global. The question is always how to have enough strength to produce effects in the scale at which we intend to act. So if the scale changes, then what we see as local in each of the cases also change. The third point is that no kind of coordination or even direct contact is needed between the different components of an ecology for them to interact with each other. By acting in their shared environment, they indirectly shape each other's fields of possibilities. This is a fact more commonly noticed when the impact is negative, such as when the actions of some lead to political persecution of others. But it is clear that different agents also create conditions of possibilities and opportunities for each other, and that their actions can reinforce each other instead of harming each other. Some important consequences follow this, one of which is that the interdependencies within an organizational ecology are often subject to the same invisibilization as environmental interdependencies. I'll repeat that. One of them is that interdependencies within an organizational ecology are often subject to the same invisibilization as environmental interdependencies or the social interdependence constituted by reproductive work, which continues to be predominantly female. The same way that the conditions of ecological and social reproduction were and are often taken for granted, as if they did not have costs disproportionately paid by some. So the heroic narratives of radicalism and avant-garde often erase all the work that is necessary for something to happen in the world. Another consequence is that these interdependencies will be all the more visible and beneficial the less we stop conceiving relationships within an ecology as being something with a zero sum. The more the agents have a non-competitive perspective, the more wealth is produced inside ecology will be produced and held in common. Nothing generates competition like competition itself. The more agents behave as if they were in a zero-sum game, the lower their incentive to cooperate and the less value ecology will have for everyone. It is a sad irony that people who constantly protest against the reduction of the world to a struggle of all against all often see politics only through the prism of predation and parasitism, neglecting possibilities of symbiosis of the commensal or mutualistic type.
This also implies understanding functional diversification as one of the fundamental characteristics and one of the strengths of ecology. We can understand this as a differentiation in terms of political and strategic positions, a diversity of strategies, that is, or the different types of intervention in which groups and individuals specialize. Some groups specialize in direct action, some specialize in community or labor organization, cooperatives or mutual aid initiatives, legal aid, content production, specific knowledge and skills such as software coding or corporate research. And actually, that diversity, that functional diversification, as well as the strategic diversification, if they are combined and meshed in an appropriate way, they are beneficial. They mean a wealth of ecology or political ecology. And lastly, to wrap up my presentation, perhaps the most important thing for this discussion is to think about the different needs in different places. So we need to find the places where this is strengthened and mutually corrected and understand that we don't have acceptable solutions that work just for one group or one place. A change that works for some people somewhere should not impede change elsewhere, much less consolidate existing patterns of oppression and exploitation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Many things come to my mind from your speech. I was thinking about many things that I studied years ago, and I made several associations in my mind, but I'm going to leave my comments for later. Now I would like to invite our third guest, Tim Ingold, Commander of the British Empire, Fellow of the British Academy, and Fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Tim is an emeritus professor of social anthropology at the University of Aberdeen. He has carried out field work among Sami and Finnish people living in the Sapmi territory, and he has written on environment, technology, and social organization in the North, on animals in human society, and on human ecology and evolutionary theory. His more recent work explores environmental perception and skilled practice. He is currently interested in the interface between anthropology, archaeology, art, and architecture. Ingold is a fellow of the British Academy and the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Tim, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. And after your presentation, we are going to have a Q&A session so our audience can post questions in the chat. And the three guests, if you would like to ask each other questions, that would also be a great idea, okay? Tim, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Just to clarify, although nominally I'm a commander of the British Empire, I don't actually have an empire to command, but just some letters after my name, which I believe are shared with James Bond. So I'm in good company. And just to introduce myself in the same manner as Daniela, I'm a white middle-class academic male from a privileged background. And behind my head is a set of files on one side, and on the other side, a reproduction of my favorite picture, the picture of the harvesters by Bruegel. Anyway, my topic is the earth, the sky, and the ground between. And I'd like to begin by reading short excerpts from the works of two very different authors. The first is the Scottish author, Nan Shepherd, a native of the city of Aberdeen, where I also live. Shepherd was a teacher by profession, but also a keen walker who spent many long days roaming the Cairngorm Mountains. During the 1940s, she wrote a little book in praise of the Cairngorms. Entitled The Living Mountain, it was left in a desk drawer and not published until 1977. And even then, few knew of the book, and only in the last few years has it emerged as a classic of Scottish literature. So celebrated, indeed, that Shepherd's portrait now appears on £5 banknotes issued by the Bank of Scotland. And here, if you give me a moment, I shall show from the beginning. And there we are. I hope you can see. That's a £5, Scottish £5 note. And there, this is the head of Nan Shepherd. So here in this bit I want to read, here she is describing what it feels like to stretch out on the mountaintop. So there I lie on the plateau. Under me, the central core of fire from which was thrust this grumbling, grinding mass of plutonic rock. Over me, the blue air. And between the fire of the rock and the fire of the sun, scree, soil and water, moss, grass, flower and tree, insect, bird and beast, wind, rain and snow. The total mountain. Slowly, I have found my way in. Now, my second author is the ecological psychologist James Gibson, whose classic monograph, The Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, was first published in 1979. Gibson begins by setting out the key constituents of the terrestrial environment as they would manifest themselves to a perceiver placed within it. The environment consists, he says, of three components, namely a medium, substances, and the surfaces that separate substances from the medium. And to continue in his words, our planet consists mainly of earth, water, and air, a solid, a liquid, and a gas. The earth forms a substratum. The water is formed by the substratum into oceans, lakes, and streams, and the formless gases of the air make a layer of atmosphere above the earth and the water. The interface between any two of these three states of matter, solid, liquid, and gas, constitutes a surface. The earth-water interface at the bottom of a lake is one such. The water-air interface at the top is another. And the earth-air interface is a third, the most important of all surfaces for terrestrial animals. And this is the ground. It is the ground of their perception and behavior, both literally and figuratively. It is their surface of support. So let's compare these passages. For both Shepherd and Gibson, atmospheric air is up above and the earth is deep down below. But what lies between sky and earth? Well, for Gibson, it's the ground, conceived as a solid platform of support that separates the air above from the earth below. But for Shepherd, what lies between is, well, everything, the total mountain. So what's going on here? Well, how can there be such different views, and which is right? In Gibson's characterization, as we've seen, the ground is an earth-air interface. Now, by definition, an interface has two sides, whether a top side and an underside, whether a top side and an underside, or an outside and an inside. While the interface serves to keep the two sides separate, confined to their respective domains, it is also perforated by holes or keys that allow information and sometimes materials to pass from one side to the other. A metalled road or pavement, for example, may be perforated by drains that allow rainwater through to underground channels, or manholes that allow human access to subsurface infrastructure. The paved surfaces of the city, of course, also provide support for its inhabitants. Indeed, the campaign to pave the urban environment in the modern era was driven above all by its twin functions of support and separation. On the one hand, the paved surface provided a secure foundation for fast and efficient transport, above all by means of wheeled vehicles, which might otherwise become stuck in mud or be overturned by surface irregularities. On the other hand, paving was considered of benefit to public health, since it sealed the ground, preventing the stench of the earth from rising into the air, where it was believed to cause illness among those who breathed it. Yet on a paved surface, nothing can grow. For growth to occur, it's necessary for carbon dioxide in the air to bind with rainfall already absorbed into the soil and taken up by the roots in the presence of sunlight. This is photosynthesis, and all life depends on it. Thus, in the growth of living things, earth and air meet and mingle. And this is a sketch from the notebooks of the artist Paul Klee, showing the phases of plant growth, with the roots growing below, the stem, and the flower up above, and the way these interact, the way the plant brings all these together. So where the ground has been paved, growth is only possible through cracks in the pavement. That is, until the surface itself, overwhelmed by the elemental forces of earth and air, eventually crumbles. So let's now leave the city for the countryside, or join with Shepherd in the mountains, because here the ground is not paved, and its surface has only one side, not two. It's not an interface, it's not hard, and for plants at least, it is not a surface of support, but a medium. Plants grow in the ground, they don't rest upon it. What matters to the plant is the depth to which light can penetrate. So from the plant's point of view, indeed, the ground is not really a coherent foundation at all, but an indistinct and permeable limit of illumination, above which it shoots out green leaves, but below which it adopts the different habit of root growth. So how can we describe this kind of surface? Now, to answer this question, I would like to draw an analogy between the ground of habitation and the page of writing. It's an ancient analogy that can even be traced etymologically to the origin of the English word page, which comes from the Latin word pagus, meaning an area of inhabited countryside with its farms and fields, from which are also derived the English word peasant for the farmer and the French word paysage for the landscape he tends. The act of writing with pen on parchment would then be likened to that of tilling the fields with the plough. So here is a depiction from the 14th century from Piers Plowman of ploughing a field, and here is Anselm, Bishop of Durham, writing a text in the 11th century, or was it the 12th century? In the days when almost everyone knew how to handle a plough, but few could write, it was a natural comparison to make. Now, of course, the situation is reversed. Almost anyone can write, but how many still know how to handle a plough? Now, the parchment that medieval scribes used for their principal writing material was highly absorbent. It was also very expensive. And for that reason, it was common for the same material to be used over and over again. To reuse a parchment that has already been written upon, you have first to scrape the surface with a knife so as to remove as much of the original traces as possible. And you can see that Anselm here has a knife. You can just see that he's carrying a knife in his left hand here. Here it is. So after the scraping, you can then write again. And in principle, you can repeat this operation until eventually the parchment is scraped so thin that it's no longer usable. However, since the material is so absorbent, the traces of previous writing can never be completely removed. Thus, on a parchment that has been used several times, recent inscriptions appear to be cut through the ever fainter traces of earlier ones, giving rise to what students of writing call a palimpsest. And here's an example of this writing apparently overwriting an earlier Greek text behind. Now, modern readers who are conditioned by their familiarity with the printed word can all too easily jump to the conclusion that the formation of the palimpsest is equivalent to overprinting, in which one layer of inscription is simply added over another. But a closer look at how the palimpsest is formed reveals it to be precisely the opposite. And let me explain by means of this diagram. This shows, if you can just imagine it, this shows a parchment in exaggerated cross-section so that a line of ink appears as a vertical mark, as wide as the line is thick, and as deep as the ink sinks into the fabric of the parchment. Now, in the diagram, I've indicated two lines drawn at time t0. So here's one line, and here's the other one. Each term sinks into the parchment. Later, let's say at time t1, the surface is scraped so that the parchment can be used, and two new lines are added, this one and this one. So, but this top part is scraped away. And the same is done again at time t2. Scrape again, put in two more lines, like that. Now, looking at the surface at this time t2, looks what's happened to the traces. The original traces from t0 are only just visible right at the surface and will surely disappear if the parchment is used again. Then, deepest of all are the traces from T1 are shallower than they were originally, but still clear. But deepest of all are the most recent traces from T2. So thus, far from past inscriptions sinking ever further down as new ones are added on top, quite the reverse occurs. It is the past that rises even as it is undercut by the present. Just give me a second to plug in my computer. Okay, there we are. I now have power again. So it is just the same with the ground. Archaeologists in particular have seized upon the metaphor of the palimpsest to refer to a ground that over the ages has been repeatedly used, eroded, and used again. One of the originators of the analogy, the archaeologist Osbert Crawford, writing in the early 1950s, expressed it thus. I'll just read this. The surface of England is like a palimpsest, a document that has been written on and erased over and over again, and it is the business of the field of archaeology to decipher it. The features concerned are, of course, the roads and field boundaries, the woods, the farms and other habitations, and the other products of human labor. These are the letters and words inscribed on the land. So suppose you are surveying a landscape for evidence of ancient trackways. The most ancient tracks, worn by feet from centuries past, are now barely visible traces on the surface, on the point of vanishing. This is the remains of a Roman road in the county of Yorkshire. By contrast, the newest incisions, recently cut in the landscape, and not yet subject to significant erosion, are strongly marked. And this is a road cutting in Fife in Scotland. And in between are historic traces that, while manifestly weather-beaten and sometimes obscured, are still easy to recognize. So in the land, just as on parchment, the past is not buried under the present, but actually closest to the surface, while the present, undercutting the past, digs deepest. The past comes up as the present goes down. This is not a layering so much as a turning over. And keep this idea in mind because I'll return to it. Now, were the ground really an interface between the substances of the earth and the atmospheric medium, as Gibson imagined it, then it would look in cross-section something like this. So you got the atmosphere above, the earth below, and the ground as an interface separating the two. But outside the paved environment of the city, the ground has no topside or underside. It doesn't hold earth and atmosphere apart. On the contrary, as Shepard understood, it is the zone of their interpenetration. It is a palimpsest. The ground as palimpsest doesn't separate the earth from the sky or serve as an interface mediating exchanges between the two. It is rather where earth and sky are rolled into one, where rain meets soil and turns it to mud, where wind meets sand and blows it into dunes, where snow meets ice and coats the surface in a blanket of white. Here, to recall Shepard's words, let's go back to them, between blue sky and bedrock are scree, soil and water, moss, grass, flower and tree, insect, bird and beast, wind, rain and snow. The ground, thus understood, exemplifies what I want to call a deep surface. The ground exemplifies what I want to call a deep surface, formed as the Earth's rising up or eruption meets the atmosphere's beating down or erosion. This ground has depth, but is of no measurable thickness. Should we attempt to measure it, we would find that starting from the lower atmospheric horizon, down here, there's no limit to how far up we could go. And then conversely, starting from the upper earthly horizon, we could keep on going down without ever reaching rock bottom. So this diagram shows what I mean. And the double meaning of the English verb to wear aptly illustrates this understanding of the ground as a deep surface. The word can mean to put on, as in wearing clothes, but it can also mean to strip off, as a surface that is worn by use or by exposure to the elements. Now, were the surface an interface, then these meanings would directly contradict one another. But with a palimpsest, they are one and the same, for it is in the very process of erosion that depth comes to the surface. This is a surface that covers, but doesn't cover up. And such, indeed, is the surface of the ground. One thinker who came close to picturing the ground in these terms was the Victorian critic and connoisseur John Ruskin. Introducing the fifth and final volume of his Modern Painters, published in 1860, Ruskin described the ground as, I quote, a veil of strange intermediate being. At bottom, Ruskin argued, the earth is dead and cold, but at its surface, in the textures of its meadows and forests, rocky outcrops, moor and heath, it ministers to its inhabitants through this veil. So perhaps we could follow Ruskin in thinking of the ground as a veil of intermediacy rather than a plane of separation. Ruskin himself began with the injunction to dress it and keep it. Dressing here is an act of care, of looking after. The veil covers, but does not cover up. It is a revelation, not a disguise. And imagined as a veil, the ground doesn't hide the earth's depth beneath its surface, but allows us to feel the depth in its surface. But this ground can also deceive, and this is how camouflage works. It tricks the perceiver into supposing that what is actually an interfacial double-sided surface covering up the things hidden within or beneath is really a one-sided deep surface like that of the veil, which is open to the sky rather than closed off against it. And so, for example, the military commander paints the tarpaulins under which he conceals his tanks, these are supposed to be tanks here, under which he conceals his tanks in motley shades of green and brown, rendering them indistinguishable to aerial reconnaissance from open ground. And open ground, since it has no other side, since it covers but doesn't cover up, appears to have nothing to hide. I want to loop back now to the idea of turning by bringing in another concept, namely volume. The word comes from the Latin volvere, to roll. Thus it is cognate with such words as evolution and revolution. The original volume was a scroll of papyrus or parchment, usually inscribed with writing, as here. To read it, the scroll had to be unrolled or evolved, after which it would be rolled up again or revolved. But later, as the scroll gave way to the manuscript book or codex, the continuous roll would be folded into sheets, like a concertina, so that the reader, rather than unrolling the volume, would turn its pages, opening up each fold only to close its predecessor behind. On turning the page, recto to verso, what was once over goes under, and what was under goes over. But there was no going through, because although every sheet had two sides, it was not an interface. Rather like the mythical Janus, the page was two-faced, and the only way to get from one face to the other was by the simultaneous folding and unfolding of the turn. But the codex was always open, regardless of the particular page to which it was turned. Not until the manuscript was replaced by the printed word was the book finally closed. For in the printed book, the pages are laid one over another to form a stack, it's on the right here, and although you still have to turn the pages to read it, the book itself is now perceived as a thing of layered sheets to be worked through top to bottom, as beginning to end. And that's why we typically think of the volume these days as a three-dimensional box or container to be filled with contents. So this is a side view, if you like, of the codex. This is a side view of the printed book. You go from turning to stacking. Now, I've already compared the page and the ground. So has the ground then undergone a parallel transformation from turnover to stack? It's true that you cannot exactly roll up the ground like a scroll, but you can turn it. Put yourself back in the shoes of the medieval ploughman, who would turn the ground with every turn of the seasons in the agricultural calendar. The purpose of ploughing is to bring to the surface nutrient-rich soil from deep down, while burying soil already drained of nutrients by previous cropping, along with any remaining weeds and stubble. And thanks to this continual turnover, the ground will continue to yield year after year. It is repeatedly renewed, not by adding layer upon layer as in a stack, but by breaking it, cutting through with the share, so as to raise the deep and bury the shallow. And that's what makes the ground surface, like the scroll or the codex, into a volume. It's a surface that turns with the seasonal passage of time, with the alternations of weather and the husbandry of crops, wherein the past rises up even as the present sinks below. But with the volume reconceived as a box or container, with contents layered in a stack, time no longer rolls, folds, or turns the ground. It rather pierces through successive grounds like an arrow, pointing either upwards from past to present, or downwards from present to past. Here, every ground, every layer establishes its own plane of synchrony, while layer succeeds layer in a diachronic sequence. To reach the past, as in archaeological excavation, you have to dig down. Memory here is like an archive, deposited in stacks with the oldest records furthest down, and there they stay, sinking ever deeper as time moves on. As a deposit, the past contains no potential for renewal. It is over. Renewal can come only from superimposition, by adding another layer to the stack, and then another and another. And each successive layer is understood to be a fundamental platform, level, void, and hard, upon which everything stands, each in its proper location. The ground of turning, we could say, is soft. We leave footprints in soft ground, whether in wet mud, sand, snow, or moss, and for the same reason, footprints are impermanent and readily eroded by the weather. Prints are temporal things, held within the seasonal round. But the ground of layering, by contrast, is hard. Whereas we leave footprints in the soft earth, on the hard surface of the pavement, we can only stamp. Paving, as we've seen, has upper and lower sides. It is interfacial. It has a measured depth, and its support is conditional on the strength or load-bearing capacity of its materials. But the immeasurable depth of the soft earth is felt in its embrace of the atmosphere. And this embrace is unconditional. You can fall into the earth, but you cannot fall through it. There can be gaps or holes in a pavement, but in the earth, there are neither gaps nor holes. There are only pits. And the final pit, of course, is in which we end our lives, is the grave. Yet it is normal after burial for the pit to be covered over with a slab. And the slab, rather like a paving stone, does have a top side and an underside. Here's the body, is a pit, there's a slab that's covered it over. Once put in place, it covers up and conceals the body laid below. Over time, earth and vegetation will grow over the burial site, leaving it virtually indistinguishable from its surroundings, pending possible rediscovery through archaeological investigation. Is the earth then open or closed? Perhaps, as the burial suggests, it is both. As generations come and go, the earth alternately opens to the sky and turns against it. So maybe in a way, both Shepherd and Gibson were right, even though each told only half the story. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Tim.
Thank you very much, Tim. The drawings were really incredible. The schematics made our comprehension way easier. And I was thinking about how the three talks interconnect. I was thinking of the idea of the palimpsest or something that does not overlap, that there are remains, but there's a gradual erasure. Now, thinking about the interconnection between these texts, I remembered what Hilda said during the first intervention. When she talks about water stories. So the first question I wanted to ask you, Hilda, is this. When we look at these archives, these stories of these populations that live by the water, when these stories are seen, one thinks about what we learn in architecture. I'm not sure I'm making myself clear here. You know, these were three complex talks. In any case, I was just thinking that, like Tim said, histories are seen from the present, and we are in the present looking at the remains of the past. Some of them come to the surface, some don't. I wanted to ask you, how do you see the relation between, you know, this process of looking at the archives you work with, and how these archives bring about possibilities for architecture in the formal traditional sense, architecture in the constructive approach? How do you think these archives help us think of strategies and new architectural practices in contemporary times? Considering what Tim said as well, with the perspective of, you know, turning the archives, bringing them to the surface and relating them to the present, as well as the surfaces that overlap oftentimes. Sometimes we see more of some remains than others. We'll begin with this question, if that's okay. Just reminding the audience that you can ask your questions in the chat. We still have 25 minutes for our Q&A session. Hilda, over to you.
Thank you, Daniela. Thanks for that question. So, I mean, I think maybe to start, you know, when I'm speaking about the archives that I'm speaking about from the kind of African continent are part of, there's kind of these quite significant building kind of histories and practices. So by drawing in, for instance, in the first episode, this excerpt from the Utenzi wa Liongo, which is a, you know, possibly a kind of 11th century text, and we know that there's settlements along this coast for from early, the thousands of years. It's to kind of ask, what does it mean to think about these places as within? What is it? Because so so in architectural history as a discipline, the African continent is not a site of architecture. It's kind of largely seen as a site of, you know, when you have these first global architectural histories, it's kind of seen as a site of non-historical sites. First, it's completely absent, then it's a site of non-historical styles, and then later you see it as this kind of place of vernacular architecture, linked to very particular ideas of tradition and a kind of colonial idea of place and people as inherently linked. And so I think that's important to mention as a starting point, because part of what I'm interested in is not only asking what are the possible archives that might talk about particular places and sites on the continent and on these kinds of, in these sites that have long histories, but also that when we start to look at these kinds of sources, they're not only sites that have, there's been a kind of, within architecture as a discipline, there's been an active violence that is in how the discipline is structured in order to erase these. So it's not simply that they're kind of unseen, it's that they're actively kind of, they've been, so, and I can talk about actual sites that have been actively destroyed, but also in the way that, and this is again in the first piece, and thinking about like South African cities where you have this forced removal, which is more recent, but there's long histories of this. So there's this kind of very deliberate destruction of particular places, but then also of traditions and ways of kind of practicing. But with the kinds of, with this project, I think what I'm interested in is not only, so being aware of this kind of violence that is very present in how we understand these histories, but also looking at certain kinds of practices and sources that have been maintained or continued despite this. And I think for me, this is quite interesting, because when you look at in some of these regions, and part of thinking about this as a bigger region while still drawing out local stories, is to ask this question of how do we, while we know there's this kind of imposition of national boundaries, we know there's certain kinds of political kind of major histories that take place, how do these coastal communities continue to maintain certain traditions, ways of living with the ocean, certain practices that continue, that not to say that they don't change, but that continue despite this kind of imposed violence. And I think to think about this in relation to architecture as in a kind of formal constructive sense is to when we think about it through these kinds of stories, I think it asks us to think about architecture as embedded within economies and ecologies of and economies of knowledge, but also economies of labor, of forced migration, economies of kind of material economies. So these are sites that along not all of the coast, but you have kind of traditional building materials that in many cases are still used, but there's a kind of active battle taking place. And this is not accidental. It's got to do with the way that cement industries work, for example, that foreground certain kinds of building practices compared to others. So I think that, I guess this is I think I'm not sure I have a clear answer yet around what it means to think about architecture directly as a building practice. But I think through this kind of project and through a lot of my work, it's that I think that architecture is a very problematic discipline for many reasons, both in the kind of historical formation, in a particular idea of that I think needs to be understood with coloniality, but also in terms of the kinds of building practices and labor practices that are embedded within it that we don't often think about. And I think with some of these ways of thinking through these historic sites, it's a question, and through these kinds of stories, I think what they foreground is really different ways of thinking about the built environment that's not grounded in, for instance, the architect as a particular figure, but rather these are settlements that evolve over time, or practices that are thinking about the world, this sort of built environment with the natural environment as inherently interconnected, with not only with, let's say, animals or plants, but also with these other kinds of figures like the spirits or the jinn or the vipuengo in the Swahili tradition.
Obrigada, Rina.
Thank you so much, Huda. And now, drawing a connection with what Rodrigo said, I believe your answer is very much related to the refusal of the universal subject that was disseminated by the colonial processes and everything that Rodrigo mentioned in his presentation. This is yet another possibility for us to think about how to question the universal subject. And now thinking about the Brazilian context, Nego Bispo is a master of knowledge from a Maroon community, a Quilombo, and he talked about the refusal of the universal subject and that idea that is disseminated all across Europe. And your presentation, Rodrigo, led me to think about all of the discussions that we had at the museum, including the indigenous histories, which was a topic that we worked a lot on this year. And it was so important for us to hear from a number of leaders, artists, and activists from an indigenous background. And at least for me, those discussions brought broader perspectives about what nature is and the relationship between man and nature, and the dissociation that was created by this so-called universal knowledge that is centered in Europe. When we hear about the different understandings coming from indigenous cultures about what we are in terms of nature and how we are nature, I believe that leads us to a broader understanding of ecology as an element of the planet. So your presentation brought me back to those discussions that were held at the museum all throughout 2023. And now my question goes to Rodrigo. Rodrigo, I would like you to tell us a little bit more about the different refusals and insurrections against the universal subject, starting from local issues and local environmental situations and circumstances, but at the end of the day, question and challenge they challenge a global environmental solution. There are many different local circumstances that at the end of the day lead us to address a universal issue, a problem that needs to be addressed by everyone that inhabit the planet. So my question for you is, what is your perspective about these local insurrections and our perspective about them being part of an integrated thinking? So how can we think about a planet scale ecology and how to connect the local situations and circumstances so that our actions can have an impact on the ecology? So I would like you to talk a little bit more about the consequences of the local circumstances and their relationship so that we can find a solution at a global scale. Thank you very much, Daniela, for your question. And I believe that this is one of the all-encompassing questions that we need to address in this time and age. And I wish I had a satisfactory answer for it. But the first thing that we should think about when trying to answer this question is something that I called your attention to in my speech. You know, the ambiguity of the refusal of the subject, the universal subject. And this ambiguity has a lot to do with the criticism against an universal subject. There are people that are critical of the racial, feminist, and indigenous movements starting in the 60s and 70s. And you can find in those movements both people who are denying the possibility and the desirability of any type whatsoever of finding a universal subject, or they are denying any attempt to build a global reality. And you can also find those that are critical of the pattern of the majority. The idea that the universal subject would actually define a certain pattern that would be established based on very particular figures like the cis, straight, white European man. So there are those that are critical about this, but not with the purpose of shattering any idea or possibility of building that global reality. but rather what they are trying to say is, well, it is not as simple as the modern people thought it was. And in modern times, they could think that it was that simple because at that time in Europe, they were in command. They were in the position in which they didn't really have to listen to anybody. And therefore, they could afford to define themselves as a standard, as a gold standard for the rest of the humanity. On the other hand, however, it is not just about abandoning that perspective of trying to integrate the different points of view, the different perspectives about the world and within the world. Today, since we know more and more about the colonization process, and since we gain more knowledge from the different waves of globalization that came after the colonization process, therefore, it is about abandoning the idea that an universal subject would be a starting point. Rather, the universal subject would be where we are going to get through a process of listening to different perspectives and through a process of integration, a process that has to be very cautious, but which is also fragile and that should be revisited. But I believe that the integration itself can only be achieved from different perspectives, which means to say that there's not one single perspective that is valid, such as the European point of view. And this integration process is required, and it has to happen from different perspectives. And the effort of integrating those perceptions, those perspectives, that process needs to be integrated itself. And I believe that that second alternative is the most interesting one, that second side of the criticism against an universal subject. And I believe it is necessary for us to stand on that second side because of the issues that we are faced with. Those issues, those challenges need a cognitive effort and a practical effort that needs to involve different perspectives. We need, at the same time, to understand what's going on in different places, to understand the challenge that we are faced with. And we also need to fight from different perspectives to be able to overcome this challenge. But at the same time, there's no single point from which we can prescribe what should be done and what the responsibility is for each of those perspectives. And also, I believe that we need to take action not only on a small scale, at the local scale, a strictly local scale, but we also need to be active in terms of integrating those different locations from where we are fighting at different scales so that we are able to overcome the challenges and be able to effect change in these structures that need change. So that is the challenge that we need to tackle right now. It is a very complex one. It is the most difficult challenge to overcome that mankind has ever been faced with. And I believe that it may well be a problem for which we don't have a solution. But it seems to me that that is what the issue is about. That's what the challenge is about. And we need to recognize that that is the challenge, instead of just thinking that by denying or refusing the challenge brought by modernity, by modern times. I believe that that would lead us to erase the hierarchical structures that act on a global scale, on a planet scale. By denying the universal subject, we would be able to get rid of capitalism and get rid of the fossil fuel industry. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen. Those are not going to go away unless we give it a little nudge, you know, unless we make them disappear. Unfortunately, it seems to me that making them disappear is not something that we can do on our own, you know, each person taking individual actions, but there are different levels of coordination that are necessary, and therefore integrated actions involving multiple perspectives and multiple disciplines, you know, the perspectives that make up the world, and that the world is made up of increasingly, since we are also increasing our consciousness about the multiple perspectives that we are surrounded by in our world.
Já emendando aqui, Rodrigo, a gente teve uma pergunta que é se você
We received a question. Do you know any example of integrated action, political action? Well, very briefly to address the question, one of the things that we need to understand in my research and other things that involved organizational ecology or political ecology, it already exists. It is spontaneous. It doesn't need to be created by anyone. You can't simply say, I am going to create ecology. What you can do is to make an effort to integrate existing ecology. But ecology is already there around of us. What we can also do is to think of an ecology from a structural perspective, a political perspective. Take cities, for example. There is an ecology involving cultural equipment. There is an ecology involving cultural agents. They use that equipment and that give life to that cultural equipment. There's also an ecology involving the users of that equipment, of these spaces. Now, what is an ecological policy, for example? How can a structure as big as the Museum of São Paulo, and what could the museum do to create or to act on a certain ecology? Well, that would entail thinking about what the museum does or any other institution. You should think about the work of the museum as an action that is not limited to that institution and what happens within its walls. But it also involves thinking about how we can use our resources and our image and our prestige to activate other equipment. And in what ways we can share resources and we can share our roles and our skills with other members and other participants of ecology. And in this case, considering the museum, this ecology would be a much smaller ecology than that of the city of São Paulo. And, I thought of a very simple example, an example that happened recently. And it involves that type of relationship. And it also involves a political ecology that is not limited to the field of politics, strictly speaking. And it is a case of a social center in the city of Malaga in Spain. And it was under the risk of being evicted by the city hall. And during that time where there was a lot of pressure on that space that had been occupied by that institution, and the city hall wanted to evict the institution from that, the Reina Sofia Museum, which is the largest one in Spain and Madrid, the museum organized a seminar. Well, actually, on a second thought, it organized an exhibit with Guernica, which is one of the most important pieces of art in that museum. And that exhibition took place in Malaga, in that place. So the city hall was faced with the challenge of finding a solution. Such a valuable piece of work was there. So how were they going to evict the museum from that space, from that property? So that actually gave time for different actors to be involved in the issue and negotiate with the city hall. And the result is that the institution is still housed there. So this is a very good example, in my opinion, about what can be done from the perspective of cultural institutions and what could be described as an ecological action from a political standpoint. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. And now I have a question for Tim. Tim, I believe that you brought to the surface, you made it visible to us through your drawings and your schematics, what the in-between is, what's in between the land and the sky, as a metaphor for the relationships that are in between the local and the global and political structures and cultural actors, as Rodrigo just mentioned. So I would like you to tell us a little bit more about the relationship between the sky, the land, and the air, and how to think about the different local context from that perspective, since we inhabit the same planet. If you could make comments about that, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm trying to argue that we need to think differently about the relationship between the Earth and the sky, and that in doing so, that leads us to think differently too about the nature of history, about the past and present, about memory, and about archive and the opposite, anarchive, as Uda was talking about. I don't like the opposition between local and global. I think it's a silly idea. A local is the locus refers to a place, and a place is always somewhere. It's a somewhere in an everywhere. And an everywhere isn't a generalized universal, it's a plenum. And so I think what I mean, my way forward to thinking about those issues that Rodrigo was talking about was to move from a notion of the universal to one of multiplicity or the pluriverse, in which we can see every place as the whole seen from a particular point of view. And you move from one place to another, you move from one point of view of the whole to another point of view without actually crossing any boundary. So locality is not a bounded entity. It's simply a place within a landscape of which basically goes on forever. But we know every place from every other place because the landscape or the world looks differently from there. And it looks differently from there because you are lying there or sitting or standing somewhere on this earth, as Nan Shepherd was explaining. And when you're on this earth, you're actually inside the whole thing. It's as though you're lying on your back, looking up into the sky, and you see the whole of the sky, and you feel the earth underneath your body. So you're right there. You're not really on, but in this whole thing, and in resting there, in being there, you're creating a place through that very activity of doing that. So the locality is we maybe this concept of the planet, which is becoming more and more current these days, is a way to get beyond this opposition between the local and the global, or an alternative to having to talk about the globe. I just looked up whilst you were talking. I looked up the etymology of planet in the dictionary because I wasn't sure, and it goes back to the idea of wandering. I mean, the ancients recognized planets in the heavens because whereas the positions of stars were fixed, they could also see these little pinpricks of light that seemed to be moving, wandering about, and they were what they called the planets. So there's quite a nice idea, I think, of the planet as what I've called as a meshwork, a kind of tangle of lines of life and movement that are wandering about around one another. And they're in between, in the sense, not between one thing and another, but going along in the in-between. And the analogy I always use is of a river, it comes from Deleuze, of a river flowing between its banks. And it's one thing to say that you're crossing over from one bank to the other and you're halfway in between, but quite another thing to say that you're joining with the water itself, which is not going from one bank to another, but it's just flowing along. And that's the perspective that I've been trying to get at.
Muito bom, Verana, obrigada. Acho
That was
que
great. Thank you very much.
com essa sua resposta a gente encerra
I think with that, we conclude our debate.
Quero agradecer.
Daniela, if you allow me, I just wanted to make a small correction to what I said. I said that Guernica was exhibited at Casa Invisible, but they actually discussed about the possibility of doing that, and at the end, they only organized a seminar at Casa Invisible, but the rest of the story is still valid. Well, that would have been amazing, right? If they had indeed exhibited Guernica there. That would have been quite a large, intense movement. Yeah, that would have been amazing. But anyway, thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Hida. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Tim, for your talks. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your research with us. On behalf of the organizing committee of the seminar, thank you very much. It was great to have this opportunity. Thank you to MASP's museum, who was involved in putting together the seminar, View Studio, who's accountable for broadcasting this to our YouTube channel. Thank you to Aldo Vidor and Marilia Aranha for translating this into and from English, and the Brazilian Sign Languages, Joyce Santos and Grace. Thank you for making this more accessible to all our audience members. We will be back at 3 p.m. Brazilian time with the second roundtable. So if you're in Brazil, enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back at 3 p.m. Thank you very much. Enjoy your afternoon or your evening, and I'll see you next time. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Boa tarde, bom dia, boa noite.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. My name is David Ribeiro. I am the assistant, curatorial assistant of the Museum of Art of São Paulo. Welcome you all. And this is our second seminar dedicated to histories of ecology in a preparation of the curatorial cycle that will start in 2025. I am going to self-describe now. I am a Black man. I have a beard, a short beard. I am wearing a green t-shirt and a necklace with some seeds and beads. And behind me, I have a bookshelf with some books and objects. In the first round table in the morning, we had the participation of Huda Tayab, Rodrigo Nunes, and Tim Ingold. And now we are going to hear presentations from Txai Suruí, Lisa Blackmore, and Malcolm Ferdinand. Before starting, I would like to remind you that we are going to have a Q&A session after the presentation. So please feel free to post questions and comments in the YouTube chat. Soon, we're also going to make an attendance list available in the chat in case you want to receive a certificate for this event. I would like to invite Txai Suruí to start the roundtable, award-winning writer on contemporary art, global politics, and ecology. He is also the Patricia and Roland Rebeel Endowed Chair in Art History in the Department of the History of Art and Visual Culture at the University of California, Santa Cruz, and founding director of the Center for Creative Ecologies in the same university. He researches the intersection of visual culture, radical politics, and political ecology, and is the author of numerous books. Suruí was recently chair and chief curator of the Climate Collective, providing public programming related to the 2021 Climate Emergence Program at the Museum of Art, Architecture, and Technology in Lisbon. His recent book, Radical Futurisms, Ecologies of Collapse, Chronopolitics, and Justice to Come, from 2023, is out from Sternberg Press. And his presentation is entitled Art and Ecology Today, Challenges and Strategies. Txai, over to you. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
Hi, everyone. Thanks very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to David and Andre for putting this together. And I really look forward to being on this panel with Lisa and Malcolm and having a discussion afterwards about environmental concerns within the arts. So my presentation is, I've changed the title because this is more reflective of the current work that I'm doing. So I'm going to give a presentation that is kind of informally talking through my present research, which is, so the title is The Aesthetics of Counterinsurgency, Political Ecology, and Stop Cop City, Atlanta. And it's looking at an event that's unfolding in the United States, in Atlanta, Georgia. This is in the southeastern part of the United States, where there's currently an ongoing battle between the city government, police, and state that is attempting to put together a police training facility that will cost something like 90 million US dollars, likely a lot more, up to $130 million. It's a major investment in police training, the carceral state counterinsurgency tactics, and exemplifies the militarization of policing that's happening today. And on the other hand, there is a very engaged environmentalist movement that brings together a coalition of people, including those who are struggling against gentrification, against a kind of eviction-based urbanism, and connecting to abolitionist politics. So people, especially the African-American community in Atlanta that is struggling against over-policing and the racial basis of policing and what Michael Siegel calls violence work as a way to describe policing within the carceral state, and also indigenous activists, specifically those associated with the Muskogee nation that was displaced from this territory in the 19th century that is also joining the struggle to take it back. So what we have is a kind of intersectionalist climate justice movement that's abolitionist, that's decolonial, that's anti-capitalist, that is challenging the expansion of the state. And so I want to talk about this in relationship to the current conditions of political ecology today. And this is building on some of my recent work. I've dedicated several books to investigating political ecology and contemporary art and activism, what it means to think about ecology, where ecology is not simply relegated to the more than human realm, but is integrally related to human-based politics, forms of oppression, modes of colonization, forms of racialized capitalism, what Françoise Vergès calls the racial capitalocene, in a variety of publications. So I'm building on these, but going further here in the sense that I'm asking not so much, what is an emancipatory horizon that is based within political ecology, although I will pose that question as well. But rather what's guiding my current research is what's keeping us from reaching emancipation, what's stopping us, what's shutting down resistance, what's making it impossible to transition to a decarbonized future of climate justice, which is integrally related to social and political justice. So Cop City has been at the foreground of this, and it follows from numerous struggles in the States and internationally to create conditions of climate justice, whether that's in the American context, battles to stop the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure, or to protect ecologies related to forests and river systems, as well as to stop air pollution and groundwater contamination. And I'm thinking also about recent proposals for how to translate ecological thinking into politically transformative movements, specifically social movements. So two recent books that I've been thinking about and with are, the first one is the work of Andreas Malm, specifically How to Blow Up a Pipeline, where he's proposing different ways of thinking about the urgency of the climate crisis and the necessity as a result to turn to more aggressive strategies. That means going beyond nonviolent protest in social movement formation. So he's thinking about forms of sabotage and shutting down equipment through a variety of different kinds of strategies. Because in his view, the reason is after more than 2 decades, the climate justice movement has largely failed. It has failed to stop the ongoing expansion of fossil capitalism. It's failed to stop the interrelated forms of political oppression, economic inequality, social violence, police-based violence that goes along with it, that's deeply intertwined with climate injustice. And it's failed in part because on the tactical level, it has largely stayed within the realm of nonviolent protest. So he offers a really interesting critique of the fetishization of nonviolent protest that I want to think about. This does not mean that I'm endorsing his proposals. I think in some ways it's a huge risk to propose violent contestation of the state. So I think that this has to be thought about much more carefully. But Andreas has put together some really interesting proposals that are very useful to think about. On the other hand, there's a recent book by Matthew Huber called Climate Change as Class War, where he is situating environmental politics firmly within the conditions of class antagonism, between a ruling class and an owning class that fundamentally is profiting from conditions of fossil capitalism because it owns and benefits from the means of production and reproduction of the system. And those who are the majority who are suffering the conditions of climate disaster as a result of this. And he looks really at practices of labor and labor militancy in arguing also in some ways along with Andreas Malm, that the climate movement to date has been losing over the last 20 years. Greenhouse gas emissions have only continued to go up. Meanwhile, climate governance has completely failed. And we can think about this in relationship to the current COP28 that's taking place in Dubai and that is being run by a CEO of an oil company in the United Arab Emirates. It's just a symptom of how global climate governance, which is in the hands of the ruling climate fossil capitalist elite, will offer, and we can expect that it will offer no solutions, meaningful solutions to mitigating climate disaster. So Matthew Huber is advocating a return to labor militancy, where labor militancy is expanded to include and overcome the longstanding opposition between labor interests and environmental interests. So it's an important book, but so I'm thinking about these two. These are in the background of my research into COP City. So with COP City, the environmental connection here is the fact that the proposed police training facility, this $90 million proposal that's currently just beginning to be built, is taking place on the Weelaunee Forest. So it will displace an important ecological reserve within Atlanta that represents multi-species ecologies and important element of trees and the kind of contributions to the natural conditions within Atlanta that a forest provides. It's a very significant development to propose replacing this biodiverse and ecologically sensitive ecosystem with a built police training center that will be dedicated to counterinsurgency training on behalf of police. So environmentalists, abolitionists, community organizers, decolonial activists have attempted all manner of resistance to try to shut this down, including, as you can see in this slide, a variety of strategies of civil disobedience and sabotage and property destruction. They've also done a lot of nonviolent protests. They've done electoral campaigns, they've done referendums, they've tried to shut down and to bring to a vote whether or not the larger community within Atlanta supports this project. And at every step of the way, this has been shut down through all manner of anti-democratic practice. So what we're witnessing in this context, and I would elaborate on this if I had more time, is basically a move to a kind of militarized and policed authoritarianism that makes any challenge to fossil capitalist interests impossible and relegates environmentalism to the realm of criminality. So that if anyone is challenging the conditions of the state's interests along with its corporate investors, then the logic of counterinsurgency operates to relegate those challenges, those fundamental political challenges for a different form of life, relegate them to criminality. So that means it's something to be managed and controlled by the police and delegitimated as a result. So there's been incidents of a lot of violence directed at protesters, including the murder of this person named Tortuguita, a non-binary environmental indigenous activist who's been part of the Stop Cop City movement. As the police continued to perform militarized and SWAT-based raids on environmentalists, their supporters, their funders, and so this includes also taking nonviolent protesters and charging them with domestic terrorism. So we're seeing this as part of a larger state strategy. I think this can be seen within an international context as well. And that is whenever you have someone or an organization or a movement challenging the interests of the state or of a corporation, especially in the realm of fossil capitalist national energy interests, one increasingly important strategy is to transform those people, those challenges, into the threat of terrorism. And so the use of terrorism becomes a performative projection that is meant to shut down any legitimate contestation of fossil capitalist interests. And we're seeing that in the States. We're seeing that all over the world, in fact. For instance, what's happening in Gaza with Israel right now in the discourse of terrorism is meant to preemptively shut down any challenge to settler colonial rule, basically. So something similar is happening within in Atlanta. So I'm looking at this in terms of the formation of a carceral ecology, what I'm calling a carceral ecology. And that involves an interlinking series of interests that are largely based on state interests and corporate interests that include financial states of exception. So that refers to investment opportunities within conditions of disaster capitalism. It integrates police violence. It emerges from a long history of colonial racial capitalism. It includes lawfare, the cynical and strategic use of the judicial system to shut down environmentalist, abolitionist, decolonial challenges to fossil capitalist rule. And it increasingly involves technology. So particularly algorithmic social media, surveillance systems, AI used in predictive policing. All of this contributes to the formation of a carceral ecology that ultimately serves the interests of fossil capitalism. This is what I'm proposing is the current state of fossil capitalist ecology, if we can think of ecology in that way. What I'm arguing connects to lots of emerging discourse. One example of this is the work of the Nigerian-American philosopher Olufemi Taiwo. He wrote an essay a few years ago called, that you see on the left, Climate Apartheid is the Coming Police Violence Crisis. I think he's right. What we're seeing is the emergence of a new system that is international, where conditions of climate violence, climate destruction, climate breakdown are creating and exacerbating profound forms of inequality, social, political, economic, and technological inequality. And with the separation of these realms of wealth, privilege, and resources compared to vulnerability, oppression, and violence, are border zones and militarized policing that are able to manage and enforce the system, what Taiwo calls climate apartheid. We're seeing that with militarized borders, with surveillance systems, with data apartheid or digital apartheid, these interlocking systems of inequality, where police and policing as a fundamental structural function of fossil capitalism is emerging as a key logic within this system. We did a discussion with Femi as part of the Climate Collective that I organized along with a few of my colleagues at MOT in Lisbon. If you're interested, you could check out this interview, this discussion that we did with him about climate reparations. Of course, this militarization of insurgency is part of a long-standing practice. It goes back to the 19th century, if not earlier. It connects to recent militarization of policing to shut down indigenous decolonial protests, like, for instance, at Standing Rock. That was an indigenous uprising in 2016 in the States to try to stop the expansion of fossil fuel infrastructure on indigenous lands, as well as to advance forms of decolonial indigenous sovereignty. You see some examples of this. There's lots of discussion about how this occurred and how the police used a strategy of projecting onto indigenous land and water protectors the category of terrorist, or they actually use the phrase jihadi, as if they're thinking about the kind of terminology that was used in the US war on Iraq and Afghanistan, and bringing that back as if indigenous water and land protectors are akin to political Islamic resistors to US foreign occupation and domination. So Stop Cop City is just a further example of this. And it's actually this kind of formation is happening all over the place in the States, where there's more and more funding that is going into policing. For instance, in Chicago, in New Jersey, in Las Vegas, in California. And some argue that this is a response to the recent uprisings, specifically of Black Lives Matter, which for the right-wing political establishment, has been viewed as violent, illegal forms of social movement organizing. So that the call made by BLM protesters to defund the police is being taken by the governmental reaction to turn that into more funding for the police in order to train them better to deal with violent BLM protesters. So that's what's happening in the States. It's a massive reaction formation on the right that's been quite successful in shutting down emancipatory social struggles. So again, just to return to that question, if we're wondering why the climate movement has failed over 20 years plus of trying to stop the growth of fossil capitalism, we have to take seriously, I'm arguing, the police in all of its expansive, extended, militarized formations today. There's lots of financial interests at stake here as well that we have to think about, including corporations and hedge funds and private equity firms that are invested in the Atlanta Police Foundation. There's, as I mentioned, technology like video surveillance and integrated AI-based forms of predictive policing, where the state is collaborating with corporations like Microsoft and Silicon Valley Capital. So this is really part of a growing an international foundation of counterinsurgency today. It's also connected to what's happening in Israel and Palestine, where Palestine is being turned into a laboratory of security systems, militarized counterinsurgency techniques, and forms of AI-based and even robotic oppression. Anthony Lowenstein, in his book, The Palestine Laboratories, is arguing about this. Really fascinating study of how Israel is marketing its forms of securitization and militarization, surveillance, cyber weaponry to international states and corporations worldwide. So that's also something that comes up in relationship to Cop City. So ultimately, what I'm trying to propose is the counter model here to carceral ecology is what some, including me, have been calling abolition ecology, which emerges out of what W.B. Du Bois termed abolition democracy. That is a new investment in democracy that challenges the conditions of racial capitalism. And it also correlates with Ruth Wilson Gilmore's notion of abolition geography, basically challenging states of securitization and the prison industrial complex and policing in order to create spaces of emancipation and freedom. And I want to bring that into connection with multi-species justice to propose this foundation of abolition ecology as the the necessary solution to what's happening in terms of the policing and the order maintenance of fossil capitalist security systems. And this is happening in Atlanta. I just want to finish up with a few comments on some proposals for what's happening in Atlanta in terms of African-American social movement resistance to Cop City and indigenous decolonial resistance to Cop City. And that is to just finally ask, what's the role of art institutions and artists? Well, if you look at Atlanta and the region, there's a number of museums. And if you look at the programming, the exhibitions, the discourse of these museums, like the High Museum of Contemporary Art, and you notice that there's been no exhibitions, no discussions, no programming about this, I think, really important topic that's unfolding in its midst, which is the Stop Cop City movement. And maybe one explanation for this is that the dominant art institutions within this area, and I think in the States more broadly, are funded by private corporations who are also invested in Cop City, in policing. Why? The reason is because it protects their economic interests. So you have basically a system where arts and cultural institutions are colluding with the state in order to support the conditions ultimately of fossil capitalism. So if anything, we can have small exhibitions of ecological arts that ultimately don't challenge these fundamental conditions that support the continuation of fossil capitalism. So this includes an exhibition at the High Museum. You can see the billboard on the museum at the right, which is a show dedicated to visionary nature. So this is unfolding within basically the scene of a warfare between environmentalists, abolitionists, decolonial indigenous folks, and on the other hand, fossil capitalist interests and the police state. Yet you can have little kind of bubble exhibitions that are dedicated to ecology within these circumstances. So that's what I want to try to challenge and think about and argue for. If we're going to think about ecology these days, this is a major challenge. We need to bring politics together with ecology and think about the ongoingness of oppressive, militarized systems, the security state, and how it operates in collaboration with corporations and fossil capitalism more broadly to guarantee the continuation of its rule. So I'll stop there. Sorry if I went over a little bit. And again, I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, TJ. This was quite a provocative presentation, and I think many questions can be raised from that. Thank you very much. We're now going to hand the floor over to Lisa Blackmore, Senior Lecturer in Art History and Interdisciplinary Studies from the University of Access. In 2018, she founded Entre Rios, a confluence of products that explores continuities between bodies of water, human bodies, and territories, recognizing rivers as active subjects that produce aesthetic forms, transform landscapes, and shape memory. Lisa is currently a British Academy mid-career for her project, Imagining the Hydro Commons, Water, Art, and Infrastructure in Latin America. Her publications include Spectacular Modernity, Dictatorship, Space, and Visuality in Venezuela, 2017, and co-edited Natura, Environmental Aesthetics After Landscape 2018, and Liquid Ecologies in Latin American and Caribbean Art 2020, among others. The title of her talk is Cultivating Hydro Communities, or How to Eat a River in Colombia. Thank you very much for joining us, Lisa. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. Muito obrigada, Luigi, Andre, David, and the whole team in MASP. It's a real pleasure to share this panel today with Malcolm, with TJ, and I'm looking forward to to sharing some of our work that we're doing in Colombia this past year. And I'm going to reflect on the Bogota River. It's the river that runs through the capital of Colombia, and it's one of the most polluted rivers in the world, one that shares many common threads, the history of other urban rivers, in particular those of Sao Paulo. They're very interesting parallel histories. But as we know, kind of critically polluted rivers are also one of the markers of the ecological decline of other global cities around the world. So the first thing I want to just say is that thinking is always thinking of many. Thinking involves listening and care. And moreover, ecological thinking involves attending to relationality, to understanding the interactions of different scales and energies and forces that shape environments, the existence of and potentialities for kinships across species, and the possibilities that pulsate towards ecosophical coalitions, right, that articulate more ethical, political energies around a common cause. So the first thing I will do is really honor all the people who are involved in this project. I'm going to share with you today. I don't have a lot of time to tell you their stories, but I hope that you'll get glimpses of their very important work in the protection of this river. And the project that I'm going to be talking about is called Rio Bogota, Bogota River. It's a curatorial collaboration also with the artist Diego Pires Garcia, the German philosopher Laura Giraldo Martinez, and curator Julia Stein. And it unfolds through the river basin as part of Entre Rios, and this confluence of projects that we've been running for the last 5 years or so, that looking at the continuities between bodies of water and territories and human bodies. And so what we do is work in person, we work online as well, develop interdisciplinary research projects, curatorial projects, seminars, and publications. And our real main contention is to depart from artistic practices to generate collaborative, participatory experiments that connect us to the environment and to each other, and really to try to cross-disciplinary and geographical divides also in this work. So by bringing into collaborative resonance river guardians from Muisca Indigenous Councils, ecological restoration projects, community aqueduct and community agricultural projects, environmental education, nature, tourism, and heritage initiatives, Rio Bogota is to connect these people and to amplify their actions for broader publics, enliven a socio-cultural imaginary around care for this ailing river. And our aim is to counter with this the long-standing evocation of critical contamination as a lost cause, right? One that can only be remedied by huge water infrastructure. So I'm going to come to more of this in detail later on. What I want to do is put the project in a slightly broader context to start with. So one of the things I'm really interested in is the way in which scholarship and practice in the environmental humanities can seek out forms and support forms of living in common. And with word forms, I'm thinking here with scholar Caroline Levine's recent discussion in her book, The Activist Humanist, Forms and Methods in the Climate Crisis, the need for what she calls infrastructure collective life that afford continuance and stress ecological presence. And these forms, she says, in terms of kind of their relationship with the aesthetic humanities, might operate through an affirmative instrumentality, right? An investment of energies into things that have a particular end in sight as the design and kind of the means of operation. I've spent the past 8 years or so studying forms of relationship between humans and water in Latin America and working through cultural and environmental histories to consider modes of hydropower. So the way in which hydraulic infrastructures, dams and hydroelectric plants have serviced authoritarian politics and developmentalist economies. And it's no real challenge to find examples of these physical forms of hydropower and aesthetic responses to extractivist dynamics. I think really important moments of recent artistic production that have made very visible the really contentious political and political ecological entanglement between humans and water. And cultural analysis, of course, in that, like, it equips us to identify and critique these dynamics, and to signal their pitfalls. At the same time, what I'm also interested now in asking is how, beyond kind of critical methods that look retrospectively to these entanglements, but now alternative forms of human-water relations are resurgent, active, or emergent in Latin America's hydrologies, and what curatorial, aesthetic, and scholarly actually support forms of hydrocarbons, which are commoning, that are invested in deep relationality and caregiving to and with bodies of water. So to think with the hydrocarbons to seek ways to overcome the subordination of water to colonial and capitalist paradigms, impoverished ecological understandings, the mutual dependency of all life on water, epistemicide of indigenous knowledges, displacement of riverside communities, the submergence zones that Rob Nix talks about in Slow Violence, diverted rivers, privatized water, contamination by toxic runoff. All of these and many other problems are kind of historic and ongoing symptoms of these catastrophes. So against this, thinking with the hydrocommons tills a semantic field to think with principles of liquid ontological entanglement might catalyze ethical dispositions oriented to mutual well-being more than human water cycles. And so this idea also presupposes the identification of social groups with bodies of water as a means towards a specific end, right? A vocation for collective mobilization that serves the protection of common waters. And this is something that we can see in Latin America as experiencing a resurgence of water justice movement and water care initiatives, enlivened by precisely the confluences of community initiatives and activism, indigenous knowledge, art research, and even water sports. At the moment, we're curating a map of projects that index and kind of seek to establish connections and affinities between the specific type of action that's taking place across the region. And this map mirrors what's being discussed in the social science of the consolidation of riverhood, right? An idea of a global wave of new water justice movements generating alternative river society ontologies, engaging in river and land practices. And so this is drawing on work being done by a whole coalition of scholars such as Robert Byron, Astrid Gloa, and Artur Escobar. So I understand the bridges between curating and the hydrocommons are means that pursues a specific end, which can be thought about the formation of communities of affinity around bodies of water. In terms of formative instrumentality that we talk about, such energies of these communities would be oriented towards their responsibility to bodies of water. And this community of affinity is one by Mara thinker Silvia Rivera Sicanchi to name emerging eco-political coalitions that are summoned precisely by territories that are regional, transborder, or local in their articulation, maybe river basins, mountain chains, hills, forests, and so on and so forth. She posits that affinities within these territorial areas are ethical and aesthetical, and they are well placed to imagine the relational worlds based on common well-being and solidarity, and that they don't necessarily presuppose consent between all of the people, but mobilize affinity as a ground for collective action. So in her words, the moment people are going to react to a polluted river, those are the communities of doing that can urge another type of action, doing an action. So I'm interested in this idea of what actions can be taken from scholarship, from curatorial work, and in interdisciplinary processes of collaboration, and disseminating forms of the hydrocommons and riverhead, the underlying compass for the work that we've been doing with Rio Bogota. It's part of a broader process of field work and network building that we started some years back, but were after COVID able to really get back to this year. And what it sought to do is to connect a network of river guardians and activists in 6 different locations along the Bogota River, stretching from the river source in the Páramo de Guachineque, which you can see here, considered by Muisca culture to be the uterus, right, of the hydrology, supports life in this region. Moving through the industrial and agricultural wetlands of the Sabana de Bogotá and into the Colombian capital, which you can see here with the river snaking through the flatland. And then follow the river as it moves out of the city and has received all of the waste of around 9 million people. And it begins to become a sort of mountainous river again and cascades down to the site of country's first hydroelectric plant. You can see in the picture here, El Charquito. It's no longer in operation. It was established in the end of the 19th century. The river, as far as you can identify it, is that snake of white toxic foam that's flowing alongside the old hydroelectric plant. The point at which our field currently ends is at Tequendama Falls. It is a key site in Muisca myths, an icon of Colombian landscape art, also a form of sociocultural heritage that the people we work with here have successfully managed to get protection for. By this point, the river has become effectively biologically dead. It is a non-human victim of slow death, is the term that Lauren Berlin uses to describe systematic physical wear of a population and the deterioration of people in that population as a defining condition of their experience and historical existence. So this is the condition of this river today. It's the image from El Charquito. And this slow death has played out for centuries, part of the forms of structural violences that TJ was just discussing as well. Beginning in the 16th century, Spanish colonizers displaced indigenous Muisca communities from the Sabana de Bogotá, where they'd lived in coexistence with the waters and climatic patterns, establishing forms of occupying territory that moved with the water, so moved out of the flatlands when they flooded and back into them. The Spanish drained these wetlands, and this process of drainage has continued over the century to create land farming and for urbanization. So these previous forms of occupations is now as traces or as scars in the landscape. As I just said, at the end of the 19th century, Bogotá River was tapped to provide hydroelectricity for Colombia's capital. So this caused a series of interventions into the river. At this point, and over the 20th century, urbanization and industrialization in general severed these really intimate connections that people had maintained with the river through domestic activities such as washing clothes, also such as eating here with so intensive cultivation today of potatoes and flowers within the river basin, industrial canneries, mining, have filled the river with pollutants, and Bogotá's rapid urban growth made it the official city sewer. Today, of 308 kilometers, this river only 11 flow in a healthy state, and proportionally, Alejandro Camacho, who's a scientist we work with, says that it has the most amount of kilometers of anaerobic water, so water that is suffocated, that cannot sustain biological life. The course of the river is about 20 days from source to mouth. Around day 3, it's barely breathing. Image on the left, you can see here are employees from the hydroelectric plant dining on the banks of the river. At around the same point as that really black polluted water that I just showed you. It was filled with trash. The official response to this slow death is ever larger water treatment plants. The one that you're looking at here in Salitre It treats around some cubic meters per minute, about 30% of the city's waters. There's another plant which is currently being built, set to open in 2029, called Carnos, and it promises to process the remaining 70% of Boga's sewage. That's 17 cubic meters per minute. So one thing that we have been thinking about with this project, that this techno-scientific solution has a number of shortcomings, not least in material terms. It doesn't question contamination as a given. Fernando Vasquez, who's an activist who we work with, has been working for 30 years, navigating the water river and filming its contamination, so that you have to not contaminate in the first place is the basic premise for looking after a river. Particularly also this major infrastructure posits the kind of agency of top-down public policy and transnational capital, which is invested in these infrastructures, as the solution to detriment of grassroots action and community initiatives, participants in shaping policy for river management. And this is another thing that we've been thinking about and talking to our colleagues about. So the project confronts this crisis of the imagination of hide commons around the river, seeking agency in a gap where people might be inspired to identify themselves with the river, incorporating the notion of riverhood, which has affection, care, and critical mobilization at its center. So our question has been to ask ourselves kind of how can we mobilize energy to resist necro-hydropolitical imaginaries that frame the river as a lost cause, or reify large technology as the only savior, and what other imaginaries can inspire broad-based connections with this ailing river, to think beyond the kind of techno-scientific solutions towards a form of urban experience as well that reconnects with this river, which is largely out of sight. So this involves kind of really attend to what's already happening in the field. So there's been a flourishing of community-led recovery of wetlands, which are really pressuring the urban expansion, to reclaim them as public spaces as well. And as I said, there's not time really to talk about this broader context, but there's a lot of really inspiring things happening now. And the heart of the project is really this insistence that despite the kind of prevailing imagery of polluted waters, which is real, which exists, the river is also full of life. It's full of actions that are life-affirming and life-giving. And we devoted 2023 to visiting collectives in the basin, listening to the experiences of how they protect the river, a range of initiatives that they carry out, from ecological restoration to community agriculture and sovereignty projects, and then kind of concrete legal battles for protection of the waters. And we came to understand the projects as a living support network for the river that understood the basin, its ecological complexity, encompassing within the river highland woodlands, cloud forests, wetlands, micro basins, and all of the human communities that connect and sustain these webs of life. And in this sense, the Water River materializes the principle of biological metabolic permeation, the forces and agencies that nurture life and also inhibit it. In that sense, as a river, it is so much more than water. It's a kind of, it has dynamic pulses that are constantly changing, and that constantly give measurements of the physiological entanglements. And this is something we've learned through water monitoring along the river. And also the importance of insisting on how we all become river, and the river carries us in its body as a metabolic principle, right? That it's carrying some of these contaminant loads of industrial, agricultural, urban and domestic flows, but also the positive benefits of restoring wetlands as natural filters, for example. And the problem with this is that modernity has trained us, our visual culture and art has trained us away from these abject flows of domestic and industrial waste, to see rivers of infrastructure and carry pollutants. And so part of the work is to start to think about how We understand the river's interconnection with other ecosystems. What you're looking at here is the wetland in El Charquito next to the hydroelectric plant, now defunct. The community's taken over the wetland and restored it, taken out invasive species and planting native species to feed the water that's produced by this wetland and that flows clean into the river, the same water that then irrigates a community seed garden where seeds are distributed to now around 50 community plots in the town. So one of our main actions that I just want to talk about really briefly has been to think about a way to bring these people together. We finished our fieldwork in the home of Rosita Ruiz in El Charquito, just meters from the river. Really, this epitomized for us this kind of potential metabolic literacy, this idea of kind of understanding in the ways of entanglement with the river. Against all the odds, life doesn't only persist here in our garden, it flourishes in abundance. It's right next to rivers, the mists from the polluted water rise in clouds, kind of trickle down into Rosie's garden, and yet she manages to produce incredible abundance of food and flowers. And this abundance was the connective spirit of the collectives that work in the river, and we wanted to ritualize this as a common value. So we commissioned the anthropologist and cook duo Cristina Consuegra and Carlos Alfonso to create a menu for a communal meal made with organic foods and recipes from all along the river basin. This meal took place in April this year on the terrace of the Museo Salto de Quindamas, the museum that's right opposite the waterfalls, facing a cascade of these polluted waters. We gathered 16 river guides to share a meal, celebrating memories from the river basin, and the food was prepared and served with the Tequendama Falls as the backdrop. So in looking beside ourselves, Our Shelves of Foods and Bodies, published this year, Heather Paxson defines eating and feeding as a place of transformation that connect diverse bodies and beings between and beyond our humans. So the Piquete proposed a literal approach to this metabolic literacy, serving the table to seed a community of affinity between people who'd already heard the call of the river but didn't yet know each other. So ritualizing this act of metabolizing the river was a way to enforce a shared sense of riverhood. And beyond the table, the kind of uncanny image of people feasting there at the most polluted point of the river was for us a visual strategy to raise questions about what forms of logical kinship might sustain life in the basin against all odds. And being diners in this context meant becoming with the river, using food as a channel for memories of coexistence, and energy to support forms of caregiving, and a common experience to galvanize future actions. The conversations on the table showed that eating native plants, historical new recipes, and sharing stories and tales of actions in favor of the river reinforced the feeling of a riverhood belonging to basin. And the menu did this, it attempted to bring this to light by reviving shared memories of living on the land, such as Don Efrain's childhood memories of kind of eating the peas straight out the pod, which you can see him doing here. That the creation of tamales, a staple of riverside picnics that have fallen out of fashion, brought in back into the present. The conversations between intergenerational activists who talk of the importance of solidarity and learning across different decades of action and emergent movements that are happening now. So, through food, the Piquete created this form of gathering community and space of conviviality, and the dining table is a map of caregiving. And I think that the contribution of curatorship and art to this process is to find ways to encourage this understanding of liquid entanglement, right? So to think with ecofeminist author Astrid Naimanis, who says that, we're always downstream from one another. So our aim now is to disseminate further this culture of care we developed a series of actions for the river over the subsequent months that involved a lot deeper learning from these collectives, from the way in which they care for the river basin through restoration projects and water quality analyses that led with them, and created images from the water to update a sense of what forms of artistic representation also enable us to think about the life of this river and its pulses. I'm wrapping up right now. So these stories and collaborations made their way into publication that was cooked up by Cristina and Carlos together with Juan Pablo Fajardo, working on the design side. And they're now available for download and as physical publications that we distributed throughout the river basin, and alongside 3 documentaries on a digital platform that was launched 2 weeks ago. So that's where the project is now. As I said, it's like a very practical presentation in terms of sharing with you what the work that we've been doing. There's a next stage of the project as well, ready for next year. But I'm going to close there because I think I've probably run over, but thanks very much for listening.
Muito obrigado, Lisa, por esse trabalho.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for presenting your work. This is very important for us, so we can find the commonalities of your work. As I was listening to you, I was thinking about our own reality in Brazil. If you can please share the publication with us, that would be great, and we'll post it in our chat on YouTube so people can access that. Moving on to our third and final talk of the day. Once again, I would like to remind you all that you can ask your questions and pose your comments in the chat box. Right after this last talk, we're going to open for a Q&A session. Malcolm Ferdinand was born in Martinique in 1985. He holds a degree in environmental engineering from the UCL and a PhD in political philosophy and political science from the Université Paris Diderot, Paris 7. He's the author of Decolonial Ecology 2019, which was awarded the Prix du Livre by the Fondation d'Écologie Politique. He's currently a researcher at the Center for Scientific Research, CNRS France, and he works at the Institut de Recherche Interdisciplinaire en Sciences Sociales at the University Paris-Dauphine, Paris 9. Malcolm's talk is entitled, "Why is a Decolonial Ecology Still Necessary?" Malcolm, thank you very much for accepting our invitation. I now hand the floor over to you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you all. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you again for everyone, and also for my fellow panelists, to have a chance to exchange and to hear some of the amazing projects that you are working on. In this presentation, I will talk a bit about, I'll come back to a proposition I made in a book I published called Decolonial Ecology, Thinking from the Caribbean World. Both reminded what was the proposition, and maybe to alert on some of the ways in which this proposition of a decolonial ecology can be refused or accepted in a way that is counterproductive or counterintuitive. Yeah, and so my presentation will talk about that concept and what I propose and what has been happening since, and a bit less on a particular project per se. Yeah. So my presentation has 4 parts. I'm very academical in a sense, but but we'll get into that. A little intro, what I mean by decolonial ecologies, the ways in which you can refuse or accept it in a colonial way, and then conclude with the idea of a politics of encounter and world making. So first of all, what David did say, but I'd like to remind is I'm a Martinican, and I speak here as a black Martinican living in Paris, France. And this situation also informed the way I engage with ecological issues. And before going any further, as you've seen, I want to pay homage to two of our enchanted ancestors, who are the reasons why many of us are here. Many people in Brazil knew of the passing of Mestre Nego Bispo 2 days ago. I put here one of his books. He published at least 2. But I also wanted to remind people of the passing almost at the same time yesterday of Alexis Tiuca, who was an activist, an indigenous activist of French Guyana. He was also a law scholar that did amazing work at the level of the United Nations to defend the rights of indigenous people. He helped create the first alliances of indigenous groups in Guyana, French Guyana. And I just put here one of his books called Petit Guerrier pour la Paix, which means little soldier for peace. And I'm gonna blow the conch just one time to kind of pay homage to these two fallen ancestors. Yeah, just wanted to share this with you. Thank you. So now, to situate also where I speak from, I come from Martinique, which some of you may know, some of you may not know, is a former colony of France. I put here a few dates, but it's basically the equivalent in terms of political status of Puerto Rico for the States, or Guam, or the Virgin Islands for the UK, for England. And we are now called overseas departments. And they were, like Brazil, places where you had colonization and slavery. Yeah. So 4 years ago, I published a book called Decolonial Ecology, Thinking from the Caribbean World in French, and in France as well. It was a proposition that came on the backs of realizing that the way in which ecological issues have been talked about were deeply colonial, even ecological perspectives that were engaging with social issues or engaging with theories of emancipation to some extent. And as many of you know, the way the debates, both in academia, but also outside of academia, has been set up, was a way in which there exists a form of exclusion where minorities or Black people, racialized people, indigenous people were expelled from the debates. I've put here just 2 examples of that. One was a conference on climate in 2020 in France, where I took part of it. And the flyer shows, to embody the world facing the climate, the flyer shows only just a white man, middle class, with a white beard on an iceberg, very far away from the type of social inequalities, gender injustices that are deeply rooted in the climate crisis. The same year, many of you must have known this issue where the photos at the bottom, where you have 4 white girls and a black girl called Vanessa Nakate, at the World Economic Forum in Davos, a picture where the 5 women took part in the conference, but the picture on top was the one that was distributed to the press. These are just a few examples of the exclusion that I encountered both in my work and outside of academia that led me to categorize what I termed the double fracture of modernity, the double colonial and environmental fracture of modernity. I will not go into too much details, and so it's no use in reading the tables. But I just want you to pay attention to the 2 sides. The way I suggested to look at modernity and look at and explain this exclusion that we see today is that historically, in terms of the history of ideas, there's been many people concerned only with the left side, the environmental fracture of modernity, the way capitalism and the way modernity itself has been built upon the violent destruction of ecosystems, of the life conditions on Earth, but paying maybe sometimes very few or not enough attention to the colonial fracture. And on the other side, maybe some activists, at least until 1960s and 70s to some extent, maybe were very concerned or focused on overturning that colonial fracture. The way the West, a racialized West with a racial hierarchy that puts at the top white men and the domination imposed on all of the Earth, really, in the Americas, Africa, the Pacific, Oceania. And the way this sometimes has not been linked to the environmental crisis. So you see this divide where either you are concerned with the environmental crisis, ecological crisis, climate crisis, but you pay little attention to the colonial fracture, or you are concerned with the colonial fracture and you pay little attention to the environmental fracture. This is what I term double divide. And the proposition that I wrote in that book was to overcome or to go beyond that fracture in suggesting a decolonial ecology that cannot separate the colonial domination imposed at least for the past 500 years on Earth from the environmental destruction. That's to put it simple. One of the ways in which this colonial fracture is seen is, for example, the perceptions of who are the people involved in climate negotiation or even within the states. This was a picture of COP21 in Paris, 2015, where the idea of France conveyed in that conference, shown in that conference, was just this little, this continental European land. But the overseas territories of France, which Martinique is part of, were excluded from these spaces. This fracture is also seen at the level of the history of ideas. Who are the main figures to this day in environmental philosophy, for example, that are referred to? In the US, you have many people, who quote Thoreau, John Muir, Aldo Leopold, Rachel Carson, but the numerous indigenous First Nation groups that are left aside, or even the civil rights movement and the later environmental justice movements that came later on, will be left aside. The same can be said with the French history of environmental thought, where the colonial man, the white colonial man, will again take center stage of the environmental narratives, putting up to the side both the resistance to slavery and colonization to this day. So one example here is this person, Oscar Temaru, who is trying to take France to the International Criminal Court, because he was the president of French, quote unquote, French Polynesia. They have different political status, So French Polynesia has a president, but is not independent. And he wanted to take France to court because of the nuclear testing that took place on these islands, including many other Pacific islands. I go very quickly on this part because I've talked about this elsewhere. But the result is that you have a field of environmental theory, environmental philosophy, and environmental activism, at least in some spaces. I've seen that in France and other Western countries. I've heard of it in other places, including Brazil, even though I think it's changing a lot. But the result is a sense of irresponsibility to what has been happening in the past, and the colonial and slavery domination that really shaped not only the way the land is inhabited, but also the socio-political relationship on the global level, and an absence of justice. Now, in my work, I make use of different metaphors, and to exemplify that double fracture, I make use of the figure of Noah's Ark. That's another story. I rooted my conceptual work in the imaginary of the Caribbean. I'm not going to the details, but bringing to the center what was happening on the slave ship, and taking inspiration from both scholars, historians, philosophers, but also artists, singers, painters. So conceptually, what I tried to do was to shift the site of production of knowledge. Instead of being in a cabin, this was where Thoreau's cabin was in Concord in the US, and trying to think about the relationship to the land. I wanted to situate myself in the holds of slave ships and see what it would be like to think about the world and the earth, to think about ecology from that position. So in short, decolonial ecology, was not just a type of ecology. You have social ecology, political ecology, ecofeminism, deep ecology, and others. And then you can add this final touch or another touch. It's a proposition to grasp the event of the world politically, philosophically, ethically, ontologically, and aesthetically, and enact changes, while joining together the imperative to preserve life conditions on Earth with the imperative for gender equality, for social justice, and for decolonial emancipation. The impossibility to separate the two, more or less. Now, that book was published 4 years ago in French, has been translated into English and Brazil, which I had the humble opportunity to visit this year. And so in the four years that took place, I've had the chance to see how was this proposition received. One way, which I was very happy about, was that it was received at least within activist circles. So since then, you had the expression écologie décoloniale, or decolonizing ecology, that found its way on the streets. And these are pictures of what was happening in Paris, and different newspapers, and a documentary I took part in called Decolonizing Ecology. But one of the reception was also one refusing to engage with that proposition, or, which is basically the same thing, but even more perverse, accepting it in a colonial way. So let's go about it. What's very interesting, I don't know if it's the case for the UK or for the US, or for Brazil, but when you are a scholar in France, the country where, the Declaration of, known as the Rights of Man country, more or less. When you are a scholar working on racism, decolonial theory, or even gender studies, you are subjected to being openly criticized by newspaper. So these are a few excerpts from journal papers, Le Monde, Figaro, Express. These are like national important newspaper on France that since my book and other books did little text criticizing the use of decolonial theory and ecology, and including this is a far right journal called La Décroissance, Degrowth, that accused me of being racist because I did that proposition. So this is a very frontal refusal. We don't want to hear that. We want to stay in our environmentalist thinking in a way that coloniality, slavery, racism has nothing to do with the ecological crisis. At least this is very frontal, very frank, and easy to see. Another way in which you refuse that proposition, and I want to make a note here. It's a proposition that I don't claim that it comes just from me or that my position is new. There's been indigenous peoples for thousands of years on Earth, and what they've been practicing doing dates back much longer. So these three books, one called Thinking the Anthropocene, which was the first major book in France after a major conference in Paris that gathered almost 40 scholars on how to think of ecology in France. Think of the Anthropocene, in France. And you will find no Black or indigenous scholar that took part in it, right? The book on the right, A History of Political Ecology in France, again, will act as if France and the former colonial territories not only do not exist, but do not produce concepts, do not produce thoughts, people, and researchers. And the same can be said about Dominique Bour's book. Now comes something a bit more complex. So this is Guillaume Blanc, an historian, is also someone I know quite well, published this book, very great, very good, called The Invention of the Green Colonialism. Important book, shows how whether you are in south of France, or whether you are in Tanzania, Kenya, the type of conservation you will have will be different. In France, you would praise the intermixing of man, little cultivation, and the protection of quote-unquote nature. If you go to Kenya or to other places in Africa, then you would praise a human-free types of conservation, exactly like you would see in The Lion King. The movie, The Lion King, is a movie where we are in Africa and there are no humans, only non-humans animals. Fair enough. And at the same time as this argument is very strongly made, I was a bit surprised by the fact that in France, we still know little about the voices of the people that are displaced from these parks. So that means we will only hear about the historians from France, the foreigner historians that would tell us about how bad coloniality is, but we will not hear about from the indigenous people themselves that have been enduring this colonization or this green colonialism. And so that's why this book, The Big Conservation Lie by John Mbaya and Mordecai Ogada, has not been circulated in France. So this is a way of saying, and this is particularly true of whiteness, which means, or branquitude for the translators, which means I will tell I will make the criticism of colonialization while still maintaining the colonizer at the center of the storytelling, of who tells the story. Okay, maybe we'll come back to that in the questions. Another example comes from Andreas Malm himself. Now, I know it was talked about earlier, and I know Andreas Malm has done great works on different subjects, but I want to point this particular paper. It's a paper that he wrote on maroon ecology. And to do so, Andreas Malm went, I think, a few weeks to the Caribbean, went to the island of Dominica, which is just north of the island of Martinique, where I'm from, and Jamaica. And he wrote a book, basically, sorry, not a book, a paper, basically using the story of the Maroons in order to defend a certain conception of wilderness. Now, for those of you who don't know, wilderness is a concept that is deeply rooted in the history of the United States that pretends that after the genocides of many indigenous people and after slavery, that you would find yourself in a pristine, human-free, quote-unquote virgin nature. So it's a way to invisibilize the colonial history and kind of forget about it and not have responsibility. And so I've written a paper that responds to that. But again, it's a way in which I will use only part of the story of the colonized that will fit what my own perspective is. But not really asking, but what was the political theory? What was the real political ecology of the Maroons themselves? Final example, this was last week. So I'm working right now on a case, writing a book on it, on a case of a pesticides contamination of Martinique and Guadeloupe. And I was at the showing of a documentary that was made about that case in Martinique and Guadeloupe. And again, it's a documentary that is made without any people from Martinique or Guadeloupe being part of the writing, producing team. So they show it, and then after they showed it, they organized in Paris a roundtable where they talk about the story without, again, inviting any people from the places, right? And then they claim to be denouncing racism, colonialism. They claim to almost be decolonial, but they still reproduce the gesture of removing the former colonized from speaking. And this is a tactic that is completely different from that other documentary I talked about. This is the concluding part, so we're almost there. I know I'm a bit over the time. But, and this is why I think we still need decolonial ecology. Not that, we need to be mindful of the way decolonial ecology proposition can still be taken in a very much colonial way. I'll just go quickly into how do we achieve that. And one way in which we achieve that is we do not ask, when I say we, I talk about the people that defend a decolonial ecology. We do not ask for the established institutions, whether they are art institutions, whether they are ecological, environmental groups, to simply change or simply refurbish, like change their, hire a few Black indigenous person here and there, or to put a Black face in front of the institution, but still, first of all, we don't want tokenism, right? But even if the existing institution would change, that's not enough. What is needed is the conditions for the possibility of other places, of other voices, of other groups and other institutions to engage themselves, not only in the storytelling, but in the activism. In a sense, I don't care about decolonizing Greenpeace, right? I just, we just need different groups that have the chance to be part of the movement. And that, of course, cannot go only in academia, right? So as a follow-up to my book, I've co-created an NGO that also engage in trying to not only defend the rights of the ecosystems of the former colonized indigenous people, but also producing new stories, new ways of looking at ecological issues, taking seriously the fact that not only former colonized Black people, indigenous people have theory, but they can also take the mic. They don't need the mic to be given to them, right? And so we have published a few, we are building our own journal called Pluriverse, and our website is termon.org. It's, we're still fighting for funds, so it's a very much in process NGO, but at least that's where I think we need to go. Thank you for listening. And again, this NGO, I just want to remind, Alexis Tuka, that I talked about before, was one of the founders of that NGO. So it's also, this presentation is also an homage to him. Thank you for listening.
Muito obrigado, Marcon. Muito obrigado a vocês três pelas falas.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentations. We have many questions, and I would like to start with a question that was asked in this morning's panel, and I would like the three of you to address it briefly before I ask you questions that were posed specifically to all of you. I would like you to talk about how to think about subjects that go beyond the mountains in an attempt to theorize and describe ecology in practical terms. I think that you talked about all of that, and we did that in the morning as well. So I would like to hear from you. We can start with TJ Demos, and then Lisa, and then Malcolm.
Thanks for the question. I'm not sure if I understand it. We're asked to think about subjects that go beyond the mountain. Can you maybe clarify that some more?
Sim. Como pensar os sujeitos...
How to think of these subjects that are more than humans, like mountains and rivers, as historical beings in an attempt to converge politics and ecology in theoretical and practical terms?
Okay, thanks for the question. For me, I'm thinking about this question, I suppose, in relationship to a kind of like fundamental rupture between what we could call colonial ecologies or capitalist ecologies that transform the more than human realm into a site of basically commodity production and wealth accumulation. This is a part of an extractivist logic that turns living beings, complex relational ecosystems into sites of objectification and extractivism. The opposition to this would be to come from a kind of decolonial ecological perspective that would insist on the fundamental relationality of the world. And I think that's the radical ultimate meaning of ecology, that it is a site of relationality. And here, a lot of, like many, probably all indigenous peoples, communities coming from indigenous traditional ways of being are fundamentally oriented toward thinking about the world in terms of relationality. So that this comes up in the case that I talked about in my presentation in relationship to Cop City or carceral ecologies. Muskogee people who originally inhabited that land view the natural world as a site of kinship, a place of relationality that connects to ancestral knowledge, where there's not a clear divide, as with European and Euro-American Enlightenment and modernity philosophies, of a fundamental separateness between the human and the more than human. So this is something that is widespread and could be talked about in relationship to indigenous knowledges. And it could be specified in relation to specific peoples and communities and the way they view the more than human realm. So I think, in the Brazilian context, I've been very influenced by Eduardo Viveiros de Castro and the way that he thinks about the more than human realm through Amerindian philosophy, or Beth Pavanelli, or in the States, the Red Nation, Nick Estes, who is talking about relationality as a form of kinship. This is all really part of a political ecology that can lead to a kind of political opposition to the ultimate extractivist objectification and commodification of nature. So I think this is the way to think about it through, I think what both Lisa and Malcolm talked about, relational ecology, decolonial ecology, valuing a non-colonized and non-extractivist indigenous knowledge. This is all like part of the picture here. Thanks.
Muito obrigado, TJ. Lisa, por favor.
Thank you, TJ. Now, Lisa, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So in very practical terms, like a very practical response, I think that one route for me has been the co-critical work of expanding cultural analysis and cultural history in terms of how to approach physical landscapes as artifacts as well, kind of that primarily inhabit a different temporality. So thinking of rivers as historical beings is to think about the expanded frameworks of planetary time, which per se decenter anthropocentric, like ways that we think about history as a form of study and as a discipline. So I think that is one stretch beyond, let's say, kind of cultural history is rooted in kind of the idea of a modern discipline. Another way of thinking about this is the way in which modernity impacts the temporalities of rivers. So I'm really interested in the way that infrastructures and broader apparatus of modernity attempts to control the temporality, the flow patterns of rivers per se, and harness and domesticate them within a metric of productivity, within an idea of flows, which is scientific. And also the way in which through ecological catastrophe, it's really an invitation and a compelling urge to look at the muddling of time, the kind of the jumbled times that are contained within the mixture of these agencies, right? So the agency of rivers and territory and climate as kind of producing fractures, disjunctures, fissures in ecosystems, and the way in which then we can do excavation work, I think, of understanding how those framings of more than human beings are domesticated through cultural production, and how cultural production also might enable us to tell, as Malcolm was saying, now like new stories, alternative ways of looking, and reclamations of existing ways of looking. And I'm thinking here, so in Brazil, the case of Mariana and Bento Rodrigues, the collapse of the dam, the tailing dam, which is such an important example of the impacts of extractive capitalism on indigenous life worlds in relation to, and I think of Ailton Kuranaki's discussion of the Rio Doce as being the grandfather of the Nag people, as being a relative, a member of their family, and the sorts of relationships of reciprocity that are deeply embedded in these histories and that are now overlaid by that toxic murder. What are the temporalities of the reparation of that landscape is also, I think, a question that's really important to understand from the point of view of the river as well. What does it need to heal and to recover from that disaster? So I think through thinking of time and thinking of history in an expanded non-human framework, I think that's one sort of practical approach to honoring that relationality that asks us to think of, mountains, rivers, trees, as subjects, precisely, and of course as victims, agents and also potential victims.
So I think it's my turn.
Sim, por favor.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I think it's thank you for the question again. And I'll just say a few things. The first one is maybe historically in academia, some thinkers thought that as soon as you are talking about the more than human world, you don't need to engage in decolonial struggle or decolonial, we can call it justice. So you have people talking about the life of plants, for example, while not recognizing the long historical practice of indigenous group with the plants. But not only recognizing the history, but recognizing the situation and the contemporary conditions of indigenous people. For instance, you had in France a group that is very keen now on praising in French it's le vivant, the living, but meaning the more than human living, while not really saying anything about the fight against racism, about people that are still to this day dehumanized. So you engage with the more than human and not engage with the subhuman in a sense, right? But on the other hand, that's the second thing I want to say, there is a need, I think, from different anti-racist and decolonial groups to say, well, as long as when we defend the right of, that we need to create alliances in, for example, defending the rights of Black people with understanding, as Lisa, for example, just said, understanding the point of view of a non-human subject. And I think historically there has been numerous alliances, because in a sense, there is a way in which you can talk about more than human worlds that is very colonial. But likewise, there is a way in which you can talk about the more than human world that is decolonial, and that is what I'm interested in. It's that the struggle continues, and then comes the question. That's the final thing of who should be heard and who should speak about the more than human world. This is also a political question, and I was very happy that TJ and Lisa were very made sure to include the different groups that are fighting for, but speaking with and eating the river. That was very, very interesting. That you don't just talk about the more than human world thinking that there were not already previous relationships with different groups. And I think it's a question that we need to ask ourselves every time we talk about the more than human world.
Com certeza, muito obrigado. Bom, temos então uma pergunta aqui para o
Sure, thank you. Question now to TJ. TJ, could you please elaborate on the topic of counterinsurgency with regards to the exploitation and militarization of the territory. For example, how do you see that in the case of military operations that are ongoing in Gaza, in Palestine, and what disastrous environmental consequences can there be in regards to this conflict?
Sure, thanks for the question. I'm really interested in counterinsurgency as a logic of what you could call preemption. So that means, according to research on the topic, specifically like the work of Stuart Schrader, he talks about counterinsurgency as something that is a state military and policing logic that comes in advance of the insurgency. So in other words, the forces of power are already planning for the eruption of protests and opposition in advance of their projects. And you see this if you look at a variety of different fossil fuel projects, expanding infrastructure and pipelines, that these days oil companies will integrate a budget for policing into their operating funds in advance of the actual construction of a pipeline. Sometimes this can amount to millions of US dollars that are dedicated to controlling the opposition before it even erupts. So this is a familiar context within security studies and police studies, where counterinsurgency, again, anticipates the insurgency and prepares for it. In some ways, that means that insurgent practices fall into the hands of security interests in ways that need to be very carefully thought about. So for instance, when someone like Andreas Malm proposes that we think about sabotage as a strategy of resistance, we have to think carefully about how this already falls into the hands of a militarized police state, and in some ways justifies their activities and can be used for their interests. Within the state, within the conditions of what's happening in Israel and Gaza, I think we're seeing the unfolding of a kind of, environmental disaster that continues with the project of settler colonization within the Palestinian lands, so that the unfolding, basically what many scholars and many historians are referring to as an unfolding genocide, isn't occurring at the same time as we're witnessing a mass displacement of people from Gaza that is forwarding the interests of Israel's Zionist project. This is also an ecological project. Malcolm, for instance, mentioned the history of conservation movements and the way that they have correlated with colonization. I think Lisa mentioned this as well. Of course, it's important to point out that colonization is not, in other words, something that simply exists in the past, right? It's a continuing present logic that is unfolding all over the world. And what's happening in Gaza is maybe the most poignant case study of this continuation of a colonial project, where we're witnessing the destruction of a people that goes along with and is sometimes justified by Israeli environmentalism, so that mass demographic displacement, a genocidal project, is part of the state of Israel reclaiming the land for its own ethno-nationalist project. This is, counterinsurgency falls into this. It's used actively in order to, as I mentioned before, to delegitimize any political opposition. The whole logic that many of us are facing these days of the potential accusation of anti-Semitism that's waged against anything that is critical of the Israeli state, this is itself a kind of counterinsurgency logic. which can, again, delegitimize any opposition in advance, so that if there is any critique of Israel, it can be accused of anti-Semitism. And therefore, it's not a legitimate source of debate. This is what's, we have to think of how to confront this kind of authoritarian ecosystem that's being heavily policed these days in terms of what can be said about what topic. And what's happening in Israel, especially within Germany, within Europe, but also in the States, where any challenge to the ongoing conditions of the violent state of settler colonialism in Israel, the fact that criticism cannot be brought up or is so often challenged and preemptively delegitimized through accusations of anti-Semitism is itself part of this kind of carceral or colonizing ecology. So that's something I want to think more about. And again, it's crucial to think about how the state manages dissent and treats challenges to its rule through this logic of policing and counterinsurgency.
Muito obrigado pela sua resposta.
Thank you very much for your answer. And I agree with Giovanna. She says in the chat that your talk is all about the fact that when it comes to environmental crisis and sustainability, well, these topics are interconnected with several other topics, not only with regards to curatorial practices and other issues we debate inside art institutions, but also the political consequences that are brought about by that. Now, Lisa, we have two questions for you. It's actually one question. Well, as you spoke, I was just thinking, you were talking about the Bogota River. I was thinking about the Tietê River and the historical relations that were developed with this river under the context of the industrialization of the city of São Paulo in the face of our Western expansion. I was also thinking about Rio Doce, but also the Ribeira de Iguape River, the last big river in the state of São Paulo with no dams, that is defended by quilombola indigenous populations. It's been defended against the threat of new power plants that could be built around it. I wanted to ask you about the limits and possibilities of legislation and different tools that consider the crimes of ecocide in nature, which is a strong discussion in Latin America. I wanted to ask your opinion on that, on the different possibilities and the limits of these tools. Now, the other question is on the local context. In the city of São Paulo, there is a neighborhood called Bexiga that has many rivers that were turned into canals, and many riverbeds are now threatened because of the gentrification process. If you can please elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. Yeah, I find the history of the Chile and also the Piñeros absolutely fascinating, and such important examples of the way in which rivers have been turned into urban infrastructure. Sao Paulo's history is impossible to think out if you don't think about its hydrology. And it has this relationship with, kind of hydropower, but also with the kind of creation of tourist area around hydropower plants as a kind of form of strange tourism that coexists. And so I think that it's a really good kind of companion story for the Bogota River as well, in terms of the types of industrial and urban pollution that both of these rivers suffer. And when I was living in Sao Paulo, I did quite a long trip to travel back up from Itu, the Tietê's basin, and to witness really the kind of in reverse how bad the contamination gets as it gets closer to the city. And it really is a very kind of similar story. I think the case of the Piñeros, it's absolutely fascinating, and it's kind of an exemplar of hydroengineering and the kind of human will to transform and control is the fact that this river was straightened in order to free up land for real estate speculation, and just the way that that then acts in detriment to the social memory of living with the meanders of the river. And I think there's some really interesting research that's been done, ethnographic research of those memories, those bends, the names of the bends in the river, the way in which people adapted to the rising and the fall of the waters. That memory is, I think, really, really fragile in Sao Paulo, from what I've understood. I really appreciate the work done by Seguro Humana, an artistic collective that works to tap into groundwater of urban springs, nascentes, in and around the city, to think about the necessity for creating public space and reclaiming public spaces and places for the public through the presence of water. I think that that's absolutely fascinating. I'm not aware of the case, the defense of this final unintervened river. I'd really appreciate any information about that, to look into it. And of course, rivers, the Bogota River sits within a legal instrument that was passed by a popular action in 2014, the Sentencia del Río Bogotá. It is supposed to set in place institutional responsibility for decontaminating the river. This was supposed to take place much more quickly than has in fact happened. So it's a really important advance to have this legal instrument to claim the need for decontaminating the river, holding accountable those actors and those institutions who are tasked with overseeing this, but also it involves citizen participation and education. This is something that we're starting to work with, and it's the kind of the future of work in Rio Bogotá is going to be oriented to understanding the sentencia and how people are also pushing for it to be complied with. But there are definite limits to this in terms of how slow progress is, and the amount of political will required for processes that are not going to be successes within the short democratic terms. And so there's a problem there in terms of thinking again about the ecological time and requirement for decontamination, and the lack of political will that is focused on much more short-term benefits. And I can see in the chat that you've passed on information about this river, and also in the case of Shiga. So I'm also unaware of this particular case study. So again, I don't think I can speak to the second question, but I would love to understand more about it.
Sim, na verdade eu disse mais como...
Well, actually, I just mentioned the river as an example when people defended the river against economic interests, and how indigenous and coastal communities have acted so as to defend the river. I think this is a great example for our country and for the world on how relations that are established in between communities and the river can become a reference or a benchmark for other relationships that we establish with these bodies of water. Now, our final question of the day, question to Malcolm. Flavia asks, can you please tell us a little more about the Terra Mundi Observatory and how these initiatives impact the way you think and provide you more answers to your questions? Now, I would like to add to that, how can you cope with colonial thought and colonial responses, especially the ones that seem to accept the colonial responses, considering more specifically here inside the academia and inside museums and the art institutions?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. For the questions, there are two questions. One thing I realized very early on when I was hired at the university or at a research center was that it would be impossible for me to just be a researcher, to just do academic work. For many reasons. One, because this is who I am. I'm engaged in trying to transform the society, to work for a more ecologically friendly, for more climate justice. But secondly, because when, as a Black man, you get a position at a university that is at a university space, a university world, even museums, that is predominantly white, you stand out. And you stand out, and you have other people that look up to you. When I met different collectives in I know this is something that is also important in Brazil, because when I was there, this is a question I got all the time. How did you do that? How did you have a position? So that means that, contrary to some of my other colleagues, I don't have the luxury of not taking responsibility, both on the subject, but on trying to provide better access to the tools of research, to some tools of research that some communities just do not have access to. And of course, doing some activist work is also part of my research. It informs me, it allows me to understand. And so, for example, what I realize, because in France, we don't have the quotas. France has a very specific idea of secularism and republicanism, where if you talk about race, you are racist. So therefore, for example, it's not allowed to count how many people from certain racial categories are in an institution. So it's a fakely blind, colorblind society. But what I realized in working with the Observatoire Terre-Monde, so how did it come about? We are many people from the former colonized territories, La Réunion, Guyana, Kanaki, quote unquote, New Caledonia. You know how the colonialists like to call everything new, you know, New Zealand, New South Wales, New England, well, but also from Congo, from Colombia as well, and all of us have also are working on, you know, whether it's waste, whether it's pesticides, food, but we are faced with the impossibility to think about this subject without being confronted with a colonial system that is also in university. So that means that it's almost like you have to do twice as much work. You have the work that you want to do. Okay, I want to make a research on this particular dam, this particular pesticide, but also on the tools of the structure that host you, that sometimes work against you. And so at the same time, I want to try to provide access to, but I also want to create other spaces where it's possible to work on this subject, to create a collective, not to feel so lonely, because it can be lonely. I was very happy when I went to Brazil because of the quality of the debates, the intensity and the engagement of so many collectives, but also the makeup of the classrooms were different. 20 years of quota in Brazil changed the makeup of who is in your classroom, and that also changes the debate. So that's for the first question. And for the second question, I will go a bit faster. How do I cope? I mean, it's part of, I would say it's an ongoing struggle. It's part of it. And I am in a position where I can speak so far, without my job title being threatened. And so anytime I would just point out some of the things that are obvious, and sometimes provide tools, ferramenta, to point them out. And it's normal. I take inspiration from all of the previous scholars that came before us. Leila Gonzalez, Angela Davis, TJ talked about W. Du Bois, Fanon. All of them had to face enormous challenges just to produce their work, and just so that we can carry on and take inspiration. This was also the reason why I referred to Alexis Tiuca and Nego Bispo at the start, because it's almost like a transgenerational ancestral also struggle that I try to carry as well.
Muito obrigado, Malcolm.
Thank you so much, Malcolm. Thank you all for your presentations. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left, but before closing the seminar and thanking other people, I would like to remind all of us of the words of Nego Bispo. He opened our first seminar of Histories of Ecology in 2022, and on that occasion, Nego Bispo talked about the borders between the synthetic and organic knowledge, something that we addressed many times in our seminar, and I think that his words were echoed by all of the 6 presenters that joined us today. He talked about the knowledge that inhabit the institutions, and also the Maroon communities, the indigenous communities, and those who fight colonization. I believe that one of the greatest lessons that he taught us is related to comprehending ecology in a deeper way, without having us, human beings, as the center of everything. All lives are necessary, he said when he opened the seminar. And so that we can think of ecology on different bases, and to try and reforest the relationship among all beings inhabiting the planet. I would like to echo the words of this great master, with the desire that we can live up to our commitment to his legacy. We are the beginning, the middle, and the beginning. We will exist forever, smiling through sadness, to celebrate when joy does come. Our journey moves us, and our ancestrality guides us. On behalf of the organizers of this seminar, I would like to thank you once again for your participation. Huda Tayob, Rodrigo Nunes, Tim Engel, TJ Demos, and Lisa Blackmore, and Malcolm Ferdinand. I would like to thank the team of the Museum of Art of São Paulo, especially producer Rafael Figueiredo, the sign language interpreters, Joyce Souza and Gracie Santos, the interpreters Aldo Vidor and Marilia Aranha, and View Studio in charge of the broadcast. And all of you, our audience, you are the reason why we keep doing this. Thank you so much, and we'll be back in March with the seminar about Latin American histories. Please subscribe to our channel and stay in tune with our program so that you don't miss any of the great guests that we invite to our seminars. Malcolm, Lisa, and TJ, thank you so much once again.